Something's rotten in the region of Hoenn. My name's KecLeon S. Kennedy, Zigzagoon City's Special Defense Force. I'm investigating reports of a T-virus outbreak. Patient 0 reported to be from Four Tree City. Something tells me this plague ain't exactly pure grass type. Someone engineered it. But why? This ain't my first rodeo. And it won't be my last. Oh!
Something was here. Something terrible. 7 minutes. That's all the time I can spare to play your romhack.
Resident Treeville. This whole region reeks. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. By viewers like you! Hey, welcome to the Pokemon Emerald Legacy in-game tier list. I'm your host, KecLeon S. Kennedy. I guess Leon really was a host, but that's not exactly what I meant. What's new in Emerald Legacy compared to base Emerald? Well, that's a good question. There's a whole litany of changes that have... Hang on, I have to take this call. I've arrived in the Hoenn region. Professor Juniper, what can you tell me about the Emerald Legacy mission?
It's not like you to ask for advice, KecLeon. I'm flattered. Hoenn might be a bit different than you remember. Pokemon, moves, and learn sets have all been buffed.
Alright, so Sceptile's finally a dragon type.
Just because you can change your type doesn't mean everyone can, KecLeon. The goal was to keep the original feel of Emerald intact, and that means surgical tweaks. Think 10 more special defense.
What? How am I supposed to beat enemies that are invincible?
Be creative, KecLeon. Hard mode caps your level at the next gym leader's ace, so maybe you could try strategy instead of just shooting and kicking everything.
Hey, give me some credit, Professor. I brought my leaf knife, too.
Way to miss the point, KecLeon. Anyway, I suggest mixed attacking while you're in the region. It'll help you blend in with the locals.
I don't need tips on camo coordination. Subtlety is my middle name.
Keep in mind that the physical/special split doesn't exist, but Ghost has been made special and Dark has been made physical.
The old Ghost and Dark inversion. Gotta be a resident dev pushing for that in every Legacy project. You know, they should have called Dark the evil type if you ask me.
Focus energy, KecLeon. Do you think this is some sort of game? You'll need to watch out for boss battle revamps in particular. Team admins, gym leaders, rivals, they're all extremely dangerous, especially when rematched.
You really sound worried about me, Juniper. Color me surprised.
We can't afford to lose you, KecLeon. If you're serious about surviving, check out all the details of the mission, as well as the mission itself, on SmithPlays Pokemon's channel, link in the description.
Got it. Thanks for the tips, thanks for the hot tips, Professor.
Good luck out there, KecLeon.
Thanks, Juniper. Just watch. I'll pass this mission with flying colors. To answer your question, I hope so, that's why I recorded it. There's tons of tweaks, little quality of life improvements. If you want a full rundown of all the changes, Check out this video that SmithPlays Pokemon, the project lead, made on his channel. It's over an hour long, and he doesn't even tell you everything, so I'm not even going to attempt to broach this subject. In terms of changes that were made that will be relevant to our in-game tier list, it's mostly going to be in the form of stat, moveset, and availability changes. And we'll talk about those as we get to them for each individual Pokemon, but for the most part, because they wanted to keep the base feel of Emerald intact, Pokemon that were good in the base game are still good, and Pokemon that are bad are still bad, but they're maybe like a little bit less stinky. Just a little though, you might want to still pinch your nose. When we did the Crystal Legacy tier list, we would scoff and balk and guffaw at some seemingly mystifying changes. You can see here that they analyzed Shelter and decided that it needed 5 HP. Fan favorites like Pikachu shown blatant favoritism. Traditionally a very frail Pokemon, given plus 10 defense. And plus 10 special defense, oh yeah!
Your magic shall not save you.
Well, now it's viable. This certainly comes off as very snarky, but I want to be firm and explicit. YouTube don't ban me. I think these very minor changes are actually quite important to the feel of the game. If you're a Pokemon boomer like me, and you've been playing these games since before some people watching this video were born, a lot of the time you sort of just rely on a lifetime of experience to sort of predict how much damage something is going to do. And when suddenly the enemy has 5 more HP or 10 more special defense and they survive on a sliver of health and hit you back and kill you, wow. It actually is a pretty refreshing mix-up. Although the buffs to each individual Pokemon may be quite small, in totality, they are going to affect your playthrough, even if you yourself never use one of the buffed Pokemon. You only have 6 slots for team members, but of course you're going to be facing hundreds of Pokemon, almost all of them throughout your playthrough, and maybe you don't want to use any of these trash can Pokemon. It is the terrible Pokemon that need the buffs and therefore get them. But the NPCs have no standards. They'll use Dustox. So even if you yourself do not use bad Pokemon, the enemy will, and because they're slightly less bad, you might be surprised. Question that needs to be answered before we dive into the tier list. There's a lot of water in Hoenn. Should you actually play Emerald Legacy? Well, here's our mini review. Your memories of Emerald? Probably rose-tinted. I did a playthrough of Vanilla Emerald quite recently, and yeah, it's not great. You could describe Emerald Legacy as Emerald, except it's actually as good as 8-year-old you remembers. Vanilla Emerald has a lot of problems. For example, movesets that make absolutely no sense. Enemy teams being a complete joke. Yes, I'm going to reforge this world in my image, and I need level 30 Poochyena to do it. What? If you've ever played Emerald and thought to yourself, well, this is kind of stupid, why does it work this way? Well, in Emerald Legacy, it's probably no longer stupid. So if you want the French vanilla Emerald experience, play Emerald Legacy. If you're looking for a more radical departure that includes a bunch of new Pokemon, maybe the physical special split, maybe the fairy type, look elsewhere because you won't find it here, and it's also not what they were aiming to do. I do have one criticism of Emerald Legacy, and that's that in the name of quality of life, they destroyed my way of life from the loam. And 2 Pecha Berries. What's the soil like? What's the soil like? What's the soil like? Can I not inspect the soil? Where's the loamy soil? Where's the loamy soil? There's no way they cut the loamy soil. I love the loamy soil. My favorite novel, Loamless. Where's Gact? Why did they remove the loamy soil text? They removed it in Auras too! Justice for Loam, okay? I demand an immediate patch. The game is literally unplayable. It's an ecological disaster. The biohazard has gone too far. No loam! Hopefully it's clear that I like, it's not an actual demand that they add Loamy to the game. It's just something that I'm hung up on. It doesn't matter. What does Loamy even mean? I learned that word from Pokemon, which is why I'm so attached to it. Because I remember when I played Ruby and Sapphire, I got it for my birthday when I was 8. I remember trying to plant a berry, and they're like, the soil is soft and loamy. Hey, what does that mean? And I had to actually look it up in a physical dictionary. So how did I catch the Regis? Ah! It's outside the scope of our tier list, but I should mention, you can actually catch every Pokemon available in the franchise up to Emerald in Emerald Legacy, including mythicals and legendaries. A lot of them have very cool custom quests, but these are all in the post-game once the National Dex is unlocked. So we won't be talking about that today, but if that's something you're interested in doing in your playthrough, you absolutely can. It just won't be ranked today. So what are our criteria for our in-game tier list? Well, as the name implies, an in-game tier list is going to be ranking these Pokemon for their performance in terms of getting you from your house to the Hall of Fame. So I don't care about competitive or aesthetics at all. They're not relevant. Now I, KecLeon S. Kennedy, am a loose zap cannon, okay? I'm living on the edge. I'm a renegade. I'm trying to say that this is not an official tier list. There actually are 2 official tier lists. There's one made by a group of playtesters, some of whom are in the chat. You should be able to see the playtester list on screen now, opposite the sides of my hand, because the camera's reversed. There we go. And there's also a tier list made by the project lead, SmithPlays Pokemon, which you'd also be able to see on screen now. There we go. Did it right. I'll tell you right now that my list is going to differ quite significantly from both of those lists, and that's mostly a matter of playstyle. Important to note that although Nuzleaf is in this game, this is not a Nuzlocke. This is a hard mode playthrough. On hard mode, a reminder of the restrictions, you can't use items in battle at all, although you probably weren't going to do that anyway. You're forced to play on set mode, although you're probably going to do that anyway. And the big change, you are now level capped at the level of the next gym leader's ace. The level cap is probably the single biggest limiter on your power. Power limiters, of course, a very important part of the Resident Evil franchise. They help keep the Tyrannitars from going out of control. In basically all of my tier lists, I advocate for just blaze kicking your enemy in the face. You want to go first, you want to knock your opponent out in one hit, and you want to repeat that until the game is over and you're the champion. That's almost always not only possible, but a lot more effective than spending 15 turns Leech Seed Toxic protecting to maybe sort of win, except it took way longer and you probably lost health, because it turns out if you attack your opponent and kill them before they counter you, you actually take no damage. A tip for you that I learned in Special Defense Force training. The main reason why you want to kill enemies quickly doesn't necessarily even have to do with taking damage. Oftentimes taking damage and dying is sort of the least of your concerns. Every turn that you give to an opponent is a turn that they could boost their stats, or they could do stuff that's just really obnoxious. They could sand attack you, they could confuse Ray, they could Thunder Wave, and they're going to be doing all of these things. Unless you blaze kick them in the face and stop them from doing any of it. However, for the first time ever, aside from the black and white tier list, which I did very recently, 3 years ago, I actually am going to give credit for setup moves. Wow! I actually didn't give credit for setup moves in Crystal Legacy, which also had level caps. However, that was Gen 2, which meant stat experience, which meant that you were super buff, even without actually boosting your stats with a move. However, this is Gen 3. Gen 3 means EVs, even though EV's not in the game, and that means that for boss battles in particular, you're probably going to need a boosting move if you want to make a clean sweep. However, let's not go too far, okay? When we're talking about... You guys hear that? Hey, it's that dog! However, let's not go too far, okay? When I say credit for setup, I mean 1 turn. We're talking 1 Calm Mind, 1 Bulk Up, and then the rest of the fight better be free. You also have to consider that we humans, without biological enhancements such as the Plagas parasite or a potential T-virus, we have limited lifespans, right? Do you really want to spend your day using boosting moves every single fight in a slightly modified version of a 20-year-old children's game that you're playing on your official Nintendo PC? While this isn't a speed run, we are all running the Rattata race of life. And the playtesters were apparently all on the same track because, wow, they love Baton Pass. That's probably going to be the single biggest rift between the playtester list and mine. Because while they're all chomping at the bit to touch that baton, go ahead and hand me the baton. Come on. I think the Baton Pass is just a colossal waste of time. A lot of Pokemon that get it actually get Baton Pass super duper late. And for the most part, you don't need like this middleman Baton Passer. I don't want to pay these turn fees. Either kill them yourself or hit the gym yourself for 1 turn with Bulk Up and then do the rest of your fight. I don't need these Baton Pass strategies. So I'm actually giving that 0 credit. Caveat to that is that if you're registered to run a race in the Nuzlocke category, then yes, you probably would actually want to touch that baton because stat boosts are an important part of safety. So what are the actual tiers? Well, at the very top, we have the S tier. These Pokemon are the cream of the crop, and there actually will be 2 grass types here. Oh! Pokemon in the S tier are your hard carries. You actually spend most of the game fighting trash trainers and not bosses. So performance against trash trainers is actually important. Pokemon in S tier can clobber all of them with no setup. And when it comes to bosses, they either just win, or they can spend 1 turn setting up, and then win. A tier Pokemon are very good, but I would say they have a significant flaw. Most likely, this is going to be availability, as in the Pokemon comes too late into the game to help you for a significant portion of it. I do count availability in my lists. Or they take significant investment of some sort. Either like an item you have to go get that's kind of annoying, or a ton of experience. B tier. These Pokemon are fine. I think you're going to aim to try and put most Pokemon in B tier. You can sort of think of that as average. V tier Pokemon are okay. You can use them, or you can not use them, and you'll probably be fine either way. Then we have the SEAC tier. Did you know that Hoenn has too much water? Titus is a water type too. This is here because water is a super good type. Pretty much any water type you can just slap surf on and it'll probably be fine. And yeah, there's a lot of water types where I really don't have anything to say other than it's a water type. Just put them in the sea. Under the sea. We have the C tier. I would say these Pokemon are below average. They have a serious flaw that I would say makes them probably an overall detriment to your team, but it's not a disaster. Speaking of disaster, D tier. These Pokemon I would say are actively bad and make your team worse. They have a critical flaw that requires extreme amounts of work to try and make up for, or that might not even be possible. D tier Pokemon, use at your own risk, okay? And at the very bottom, we have Hoenn's Lomius. I am not responsible for what befalls you if you use one of these Pokemon, okay? Hopefully you signed the waiver when you booted up the game. Pokemon in Hoenn's Lomius, absolutely hopeless. If you're using these Pokemon, it's because they're terrible, and that's kind of funny. But as for actual non-meme contributions to your playthrough, no. Mandatory disclaimer that all of my placements here are just suggestions. This is a children's game. In the end, you just use whoever you want. You'll probably be fine. You can use the worst Pokemon on this list and probably still clear hard mode without too much trouble. You can sort of think of these rankings as the more good Pokemon you can use, the more bad Pokemon you can use without, like, soft-locking yourself and forcing yourself to grind and keep up. Of course, the #1 priority in this children's game is to have fun, so use whoever you want, but just don't try and convince me that Spinda's gonna carry your team, okay? I'd like to thank everybody for watching today, but before we begin, quick word from our sponsor, the Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation. People's health is protected. We are promised the future comfortable and real life. I don't know if you guys can see this. I never found a shiny Pokemon, but I did find this shiny notebook. Real life? Something tells me you shouldn't trust these Umbrella guys. We do have an actual sponsor. They redid a lot of these shops in the game. You can now buy repels for only 10 Pokédollars. You can buy ethers, lots of stuff. They changed some of the staffing at the shops, though.
What are you buying? Might I recommend the Patreon membership? You'll find a link in the description. Come back anytime.
Come back anytime. I wonder how that guy got those Buraki market goods, because Eevee's not even in this game, yet somehow he has Patreons. How does that work? Alright, only 2 hours to start. Not bad. Looks like 2 hours of preamble has given the outbreak time to spread throughout the region. Krauser! Long time no see. Do you have something to do with this? Your first encounter in the game. KecLeon's trainer, former US Special Defense Force Jack Krauser. It's the Treecko line. Hoenn is well known for having 2 of the best starters in the series, and also Sceptile. Sceptile in vanilla is by far the worst. It's not even close. Sceptile was in dire need of buffs, and it was given some. Issues with vanilla Sceptile. It's a pure type? It's a grass type, which is one of the worst types in the game. And its moveset is absolutely atrocious. Of those 3, one of them was sort of fixed. It's still a pure type, it's still a grass type, but its dearth of level up grass moves has actually been addressed. Absorb now sucks more at 30 base power, which ironically makes it suck less. It now gets Astonish instead of Pursuit. Astonish is 50 base power and Ghost is special, so that's a minor buff. Single biggest buff is probably that the enormous dead zone in its learn set between Absorb and Leaf Blade has been fixed. When you evolve into Grovyle, you now get Razor Leaf. The Leaf Blade itself has been reforged, so it is better. However, it takes time to reforge, right? Come back in 2 days. So it's now later as well. Instead of, I think, 27 or so, which is when you got Leaf Blade and Vanilla, you now get it upon evolving into Sceptile at 36. However, the effects of the reforge are that it's now 80 base power instead of 70, and more exciting, I said that Sceptile was in dire need of buffs, and you now get Dire Hit from Leaf Blade. There is a 50% chance when you Leaf Blade to gain the Focus Energy Pump effect.
The greatest feeling you can get in a gym, or the most satisfying feeling you can get in the gym, is the pump.
And after you win the coin flip to get Focus Energy, you now coin flip on every Leaf Blade to critical hit, because Leaf Blade itself still has high crit. So that's 16% crit unboosted, 50% crit if you're pumped. In terms of stats, Game Freak loves Swampert, so for some reason it had 5 more BST than either Sceptile or Blaziken, and that is no longer the case. Sceptile was given +5 to its base stats in probably the most important stat for it, which is special attack. So it now has 110 special attack instead of 105. With all of these buffs considered, and Krauser himself is pretty buff, how do we rate the performance of former US Special Defense Force Jack Krauser? God awful. Sceptile was by far the most disappointing Pokemon I used. Resident Treeville's a horror game, by the way. You're not scared? Let me punctuate that previous statement. Sceptile was by far the most disappointing Pokemon I used. and I used Magcargo and Tropius. This thing is so bad, it disappointed me at literally every opportunity. I want to be firm and explicit. I don't think this is a failing of the Legacy team. They wanted to keep the spirit of Emerald intact, and part of that is that Sceptile kinda sucks. Sceptile's entire archetype is that it's a fast grass sweeper, which is just not gonna work because the idea itself sucks. Sceptile is the very first Pokemon ever to be a grass sweeper. I guess brooms are made of dead plants, right? Straw? What does Sceptile want to do? It wants to go first. Well, it's really fast, so that's not a problem. It does go first. And then what? Sceptile really doesn't want to let the enemy act because it's extremely frail. One hit and you're in trouble, 2 hits and you're definitely dead. Any sort of status and you're toast. In particular, paralysis, which is probably the most common status in the game. Basically, any grass type is going to stun spore you, and basically any electric type is going to paralyze you, or you're going to paralyze yourself because even though the Leaf Blade is, a weapon, it still makes contact, and you get paralyzed by static. I thought the disjointed hitbox were an important part of Sword characters. Leaf Blade is your strongest option by far, and the design of Leaf Blade encourages you to stay in, because you want to stay in to coin flip for the crit boost, and once you get that, you don't want to waste it by switching out, so you want to stay in, which is of course what sweepers want to do anyway. However, basically everything beats you, so you have to emergency exit and go to an actually good Pokemon who can then deal with Golbat or whatever. It does not help Sceptile that his coverage options are ass. You have the Leaf Blade, and then you have, like, Rock Tomb? Except you don't really want to use the Rock Tomb TM on this thing because there are so many better options. You only get one. You could give this thing Earthquake, but that's really late game and also a huge waste. So you're basically going to be using Leaf Blade, you can use a 60 base power Rock Smash, 50 base power Special Astonish, 55 base power Bug type Cut? Oh! You do naturally learn Dragon Claw fairly late in the 40s. This is mostly a convenience thing because you could always go to Meteor Falls and TM at Dragon Claw anyway, but slightly less resource cost. Now, normally Dragon coverage is really good because it hits everything neutrally, but you don't have Stab on it, and you have 110 special attack. It's probably not going to be getting the 1-hit KOs you need. But it is really good against Drake. Now, of course, the chat this entire time have been rioting because, as with all grass starters, Sceptile is insanely overrated. The only grass starter that wasn't the worst of its trio was Bulbasaur, 25 years ago. And even when they actually make a good grass starter in Meowscarada, it's still the worst one of its trio. Although that's more because Skeledirge and Quackleval are crazy. You would think that Sceptile would be good in Hoenn, which is infamous for having too much water. However, almost all of that too much water involves either a Pelipper or a Tentacruel, both of whom beat you. You can't accuse me of not caring about Sceptile. I spent like 4 months of my life trying to tell the legend of the Leaf Blade, okay? I could almost guarantee I've spent more time thinking about Sceptile and trying to get this thing to work than you have. This thing is so bad. I do have to add a caveat to this C tier placement because while for me Sceptile was a C, I had a bottom tier Sceptile. My Sceptile's IVs were absolutely deplorable, and statistically, yours will not be as bad. That being said, I challenge you to watch this highlight reel of Jack Krauser's greatest hits and try to tell me that Sceptile was actually the correct pick. The Legend of the Leaf Blade, reforged. Wow, that is not even close. 53% Treecko, 26% Torchic, 19% Mudkip. So it is actually a Treecko sweep, and unfortunately, you probably won't be seeing another Treecko sweep this game, because I don't think Treecko is that good, but it has been pretty seriously buffed in this. Krauser's way too cool to be Treecko? I mean, Treecko's cool. It's just not not good. So let's actually check how lucky we got with Krauser here. We're probably not going to reset... Oh, Docile, that's neutral, right? And then I think we can actually see our IVs and EVs here. Oh my god! Oh, in that jungle I had a revelation. The only thing that matters in this world is power. The power of 0 attack. This is horrendous! We don't have a single one that is even average. We didn't even get 15 speed. Isn't 12 good? It would be good in Gen 2, where the cap would be 15. This is Gen 3, so this is the one that moves it to the 31-point system. Horrible! He's got 4 Pokemon. He's got a Chinchou. Finally, Grovyle can do something. Come on, Krauser. It's level 24. I love how we didn't get anywhere close to one-shotting this Pokemon that we are super effective against with our stab type. Good thing we equipped that Cherry Berry. 3K with Razor Leaf, maybe? And the good Dinosaur? I never saw that. I did see Dinosaur. Oh my, that's so much damage. I did see Dinosaur. Like the one from like 20 years ago. It came out... I can't even 1v1 Delcatty! Oh, the Overgrow. The Overgrow. The Overgrow! Good thing we have Magcargo to pick up the slack. I actually don't think we can kill Vigoroth. We do have high crit chance here. They also have high crit chance, so battle of high crit chance. We don't even need to get crit twice to die. This thing is so bad. So if you've played RuneScape, this should be familiar. We gotta make sure that we dig on the same tick that slacking attacks. And as long as we maintain this cadence, we should be... The possibility didn't even cross my mind that our starter that specializes in speed over everything else might actually be too slow. The level disadvantage is obvious. This thing is so bad. Ugh. The spread penalty. The spread penalty. Okay, can we take a takedown? Come on, Krauser. Come on, Krauser. All right, Krauser.
We are just getting started, rookie. See, in that jungle, I had a revelation. The most important thing in this world is pure, unadulterated power.
He's letting the Plaga take over. The Leaf Blade! Sharp Leaf Slash with high crit. May raise crit ratio. The Leaf Blade. We also have just a 16% chance to naturally crit. Nope. Okay, we got the crit buff, but we might just die here. It's vital. I don't want to get paralyzed. I don't want to get paralyzed. Okay, so it turns out if you overlevel the enemy by 10, and they have a frail Pokemon, you can actually kill them with your Leaf Blade. We didn't get a crit. Oh. So yeah, it does still make contact, even though it's a special move. Oh, just swell. Luciana? Oh, Golbat, great. Alright, so what do we hit this guy with? Alright, we've got False Swipe, we've got Leaf Blade, we've got Dig, we've got Astonish. So I guess we're using the move Switch Out. I love being a grass type. Incredible. Oh. Alright, I think Dig is actually stronger because, I mean, it is super effective and hits on physical, which Tentacool has much worse defense than special defense. But Leaf Blade does get stab and we are a grass type. Let's use the Leaf Blade. Means we take less chip damage from Whirlpool. Ready with your Pokemon? Of course you are, let's go! Alright, we're about to have the famous knife fight with May. Of course, everyone remembers that from the games, right? So you got 4 Pokemon. Alright, how does the Leaf Blade do? Okay, they are actually Leaf Bladeable. Guys, I'm not delusional. I know that Grumpig has great res, so I'm not expecting it to die to this Leaf Blade, but I am expecting it to be a KO. Not even close! 3-hit KO with our best move! That's so bad! Krauser sweep? Come on, Krauser. Not even close.
Do what you have to do.
I'm not impressed. It's neutral. Could be a 2-hit KO. I don't think they want to KO us with Ice Beam. Wish we got a crit, that would be nice. We now have 50% crit. With Leaf Blade. Do you know the Plagas Parasite is vulnerable to ice? But that's enough about me. I'll battle with you so you can show... Talking a mile a minute there, May. The text hasn't quite caught up with you. Literally unplayable. Let's fight her. The Pokemon I raised won't be beaten by your Pokemon, KecLeon. May. Ooh, 5 Pokemon. Oh! They have a KecLeon! Krauser. Alright, what can we do here? We can make them a ground type, and then we can Leaf Blade them. Remember that time in the jungle? Alright. Can we actually get the pump effect and then sick crits? That's the whole point of this Pokemon. Okay, Krauser's getting pumped. Does Blaziken come out immediately? Yeah, Blaziken comes out immediately. So that's the issue with this. Like, even if you get pumped, you can't use it. Because you can't kill anything. We gotta crit this Blaziken. He's gonna kick us, isn't it? Right. One Blaze Kick toasts us for sure. Dude, a crit wouldn't even kill. Well, obviously there was no chance we were surviving that. God, this thing's horrible! Alright, so what are our options here? Quad resisted, completely immune, or neutral 50 base power non-stab. Switch! Prepare yourself! Oh, now it's double battle, okay. It's Archie and Matt. They have 6 Pokemon, alright. We are literally against Team Aqua admins, okay? It's time for Krauser to shine. Don't get paralyzed, please. Surely we can win a KO Wailord, right? Don't paralyze me, bro. Surely this is a one-hit kill? Come on, Krauser. Bro. Miracle Seed, we're 1 level higher. It is our best move. It is our stab. Are you kidding me? So we can kill Electrode, right? Because we did get the crit boost. We gotta hope we don't get staticked. Is he gonna Mirror Coat us? He is, because he's moving second.
So that's your true power? Oh, I'd ask for a refund. Witness the power! You've lost it completely, Krauser.
You've lost it completely, Krauser. So bad. We're 2 levels higher. Stab, super effective Leaf Blade with the Miracle Seed. I know Claydol has pretty good special defense. All the multipliers, oh my god. Oh, she only has 1 Pokemon. Can we Leaf Blade it? We cannot. 55 base power resisted, they're immune to ground. Resisted, 50 base power non-stab. Switch! And... Golbat, okay. So 55 base power quad resisted, they're immune to dig, quad resist Leaf Blade, and Astonish 50 BP non-stab. Switch! We're still faster after a speed drop, and Zangoose isn't slow. Hey. Oh. He is the Magma admin, so I won't be too upset at Krauser if he can't do this. Houndoom! Oh my god! Well, Houndoom is really frail. That's bad. We're 4 levels higher. 70 base power is super effective. Houndoom's really frail. Well, there's no way we can kill this in 1 hit. Maybe we can kill it in 2? Maybe we can kill it in 3? Ouch. Wailord, okay. We're 1 level higher, we are getting pumped. Surely we can kill this without a crit, right? Come on. Come on, Krauser. Nope. Wall Rain! This thing's pretty beefy. We're 4 levels higher, though. Come on. I believe. I shouldn't have believed. Another Pelipper. My god. This isn't a criticism of Emerald Legacy, it's just a criticism of Emerald. This is so boring. Not the overall experience, but just the enemy variety. It's so awful. This is why I only gave Hoenn a B. This is like half the game. Why did I Rock Smash this? I can't even blame Krauser for that. It says Miracle. What the hell? Dive. Okay. We resist this, it knocks us into Overgrow, and we kill it with Leaf Blade. This is Overgrow for sure. Is that Shell Bell? It's leftovers. Okay. I know this thing is 2 levels higher. This is Miracle Seed, Overgrow boosted, stab, super effective Leaf Blade. Surely this kills Milotic. There are so many multipliers. Come on, Krauser. We got him. Okay, we're 1 level higher. Stab super effective. And we didn't get pumped either. And here's Gardevoir. We are equal level. Well, the only way this kills is with a crit. And it actually might even not, because Gardevoir's special defense is pretty good. However, I am expecting maybe a crit will kill. We do have the Miracle Seed. And we are pumped, so it is a 50-50. You know what that means. It's a coin flip.
Left,
or right, red or blue, hit or miss. Call it. It was heads last time, and 50-50 means that it's going to be tails this time, so tails. Well, we did crit them, but they didn't die. It's the last anyone saw of former U.S. military Jack Krauser. The power of the ancients. The super ancient Pokemon. Quick Claw, get wrecked. Wow! KecLeon, you are strong after all, yeah! I think we can probably take one hit from this guy. Does Leaf Blade kill from here? It's neutral, but his special defense is really bad. Dynamic Punch is effective 400 base power, but he uses our worst stat, has a miss chance. He also has really good defense. Leaf Blade also could give us the crit boost. Why would you not use Dig? Because it's 70 base power, and it takes 2 turns. Just gonna Leaf Blade him. I don't think it's gonna kill him. Nope. Thunder Wave, what in the world? Well, that's bad. So now this thing's basically useless. We also didn't get pumped. That's fine. Aggron's really slow. Iron Tails do a lot of damage. That's a disaster. So what do you say? Ready to show me what you got? Custom music! Custom sprite? A little scary. Uh-oh. Altaria, It's not fair, okay? Holy Blood gives you better growths. We're just a commoner. Hey, Krauser might actually be faster. Wow! Hey, good job, Krauser. She has 3 Pokemon left. I don't think we're gonna be winning this battle. Confusion Cheese? No, we just dead. What's their last Pokemon? Oh, cool, we won! Krauser's defected to the enemy side. Like you, I'm from Hoenn. We got him. And we got a mash at the end. That is a poetic end, right? The last Pokemon we fight is our starter. Ugh, you've lost it completely, Krauser. Another reason I'm being very harsh on Sceptile here is opportunity cost. Now, I don't normally penalize starters for denying you the other 2 options. Because normally all the starters are kinda good, so it's kind of a wash. Except in Johto, where they're all kinda bad, so who cares if you pick Chikorita? Lol. However, if you pick Treecko, who's, at best, okay, you don't get Blaziken and Swampert, who, spoilers, are the best Pokemon in the game. And while you can replace Sceptile pretty easily with some other Pokemon that also do the grass thing, but better honestly, you can't replace either of these. So this C-tier placement does actually include the cost of giving up one of the 2 best Pokemon in the game. Although Krauser sacrificed everything by giving into the Plagas Parasite in exchange for pure, unadulterated power, it definitely didn't end up being worth the bargain. Now, I'm not a developer. I honestly think that they should have sharpened the Leaf Blade even further. I think that the Focus Energy effect didn't need to be a coin flip. I think you should always get the Focus Energy buff. And then you coin flip on the second Leaf Blade onwards. The Focus Energy crit boost also applies to all of your other moves that aren't Leaf Blade. It's just Leaf Blade that then becomes 50% crit after the boost. If you'll allow me to maybe take more Tropium than recommended, I just think Leaf Blade should always crit. It could do that, and it would still be the worst starter by far. That would basically be giving it Flower Trick. Now, I know that Project Lead, SmithPlays Pokemon, explicitly said, just because modern Meowscarada always crits, doesn't mean that Gen 3 Sceptile gets to always crit.
I'm not out here looking at Generation 9 and being like, well, Meowscarada gets an always critting move, so that's fair in Gen 3. No, it doesn't work that way.
However, with the magic of Tropium, anything is possible, guys. Anything is possible. Sceptile, it's one of the best Pokemon in the game. I love special grass sweepers. It always crits, guys.
What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone.
Don't want to do that again. I was gonna actually fall asleep there, but it's not like Sceptile gets sleep powder. The normal grass tropium is that you can just use utility or setup, but this thing has literally no utility, and its only setup is growth, which in Gen 3 is just bad Calm Mind. Alright, 2.5 hours and 1 Pokemon ranked. How'd you make Sceptile better? Like, what would it take to make Sceptile S tier? Didn't I literally just say what I would do to improve Sceptile? I literally just did, right? Like 2 minutes ago.
Did I ever tell you what the definition of insanity is?
We've decided to keep you here for another 50 cycles. With endless options for renew, with endless options for renew, with endless options for renew.
Hope is an illusion!
Even if it takes forever! Forever!
Madness will consume you! Oh my goodness, this is awful!
It's endless! Anyway, no, I don't think it's possible without making drastic changes outside of the scope of the hack. Well, at least there's Mega Sceptile, who is like vaguely Christmas adjacent. Season's greetings. Speaking of season's greetings, how about season's beatings? It's Blaziken. Here's a pet peeve of mine. People always say, wow, isn't it so zany that in Japan they eat KFC chicken on Christmas? I've literally never seen that in my life. Christmas in Japan is a couple's holiday, so you're maybe getting a Christmas chicken to share with your loved ones. You'd never get a Christmas chicken to just eat on your own in your apartment as you prepare for a Pokemon tier list. Couldn't be me. How much do we really have to say about Blaziken? Big meme about Hoenn is that a ton of Pokemon are Hoenn homies, slow, bulky mixed attackers that are completely inept. Blaziken is definitely not a Hoenn homie because it actually is a competent mixed attacker. Competent is underselling it. 120 attack for fighting. 110 special for fire. That's one more than Charizard, who is a purely special attacker. And it also got a 5 BST buff to put it on par with Swampert, stats-wise. And it got that 5 BST exactly where it needed it, which was speed. Because you can't overlevel your opponents here, Blaziken is sometimes going to be a bit too slow, and the 5 speed does help with that. Blaziken gets my vote for best attacker in the game. 2 of the best stab types ever in fire and fighting. If the opponent doesn't resist both of your stab types, one of your attacks is probably going to kill them. Blaziken got some pretty serious move pool buffs, even though it didn't really need them. It gets Peck early, which is pretty minor, but Brawly now has a Breloom, which you can quadruple with Peck. Much more relevant, it gets Fire Punch, I think, in the early 20s, so instead of having to make do with some smoldering embers, you can actually Fire Punch. 75 base power at that point in the game, pretty good. Blaze Kick has been buffed. It's still overall worse than Flamethrower, but Blaze Kick now has, I think, a 20% chance to burn and a 20% chance to flinch, so if they somehow didn't die, they might actually get hit by a secondary there. Blaziken's also been undergoing some CQC training because its fighting moves are a lot better. In particular, Sky Uppercut is now 90 base power, 95 accuracy, which is a huge improvement over vanilla. Sky Uppercut has the very cool effect of being able to Shoryuken flying opponents. Do you know that Street Fighter is also a Capcom game? This is mostly just neat because I think pretty much every flying Pokemon actually resists it, except for Skarmory, who you should just be smelting anyway with your fire moves. Why are you punching it? Not very practical to Sky Uppercut flying opponents, but it is really cool, and I, KecLeon, can't knock Blaziken for using impractical but cool martial arts. Should have mentioned this for Treecko, but all of the starters are severely hampered by the level caps. Of particular note, Roxanne you get capped at level 15, that means you can't go to your middle form. And for the Torchic line, that means you don't get Combuskin, that means you don't get the secondary fighting typing. Just really bad. You also get capped at 33 before Norman, so you don't get your final form to fight your dad. That's really bad for Grovyle, who's useless because it's not strong enough. Combuskin cares a little bit less, and Marshtomp doesn't really care about anything because it's overpowered. As a fighting type, Blaziken also does lift, so it does get a boosting option. It does get bulk up quite early. You get it from Brawly. You can use that if you ever need a boost in some of the boss fights, which you might. We should also mention that Blaziken has one of the strongest attacks in the entire game, quite early relative to when you get it. I am talking about Overheat. You get Overheat from Flannery. 140 base power stab fire move. Deletes anything, cooks the opponent, as well as your own special attack stat until you switch out. However, remember that special attack is your bad stat, so then you'll have to only fall back on your 120 physical attack if you want to stay in. Overheat's definitely a problem solver. If there's a wall you can't break, well, now you can. Of the 3 starters, Blaziken also makes the best use of its ability. Blaze. All of these starters have the pinch stab boost ability, so when you're below a 3rd health, your primary stab, fire for Blaziken, grass for Sceptile, water for Swampert, they all get a 50% boost, which is huge. Sceptile can't really use this because grass sucks. Swampert isn't the best at using Torrent because it's kind of slow, so if you're camping in Torrent health range, that's about the only way you can actually die. And Blaziken is both fast enough to use the boost, and has a really good type that gets boosted, fire. So you can sometimes camp in Blaze range and cheese some fights by setting up beforehand. Special note for Blaziken, although it is your starter, it's especially good at the end of the game because this thing absolutely clobbers the Elite Four. Sydney gets pummeled. Well, Phoebe's immune to pummeling, but you can just Blaze Flamethrower her. Glacia gets pummeled. Okay, Drake actually kicks your ass. But the champion, who is now Steven again, Wallace is #NotMyChampion, Steven also gets destroyed by Blaziken. Best Elite Four matchups out of any of the starters. Probably best Elite Four matchups out of any single Pokemon in the game. Really good. We should also note that Blaziken is by far the best fire type in the game. So if you want a fire type Pokemon, which you actually might, because they added a bunch of grass to the land routes, more on that soon. Your other fire type options are basically a curated lineup of the worst the franchise has to offer. Rapidash, more like Rapid Ass. Torkoal? Magcargo? Ninetales? Camerupt? Oh, I'm joining Team Aqua. And if you're worried about all the water in the game, which is a fair concern, don't overthink it. You have 120 base attack, just punch them. You're gonna be fine. Your offensive stats are both super high, and you can target the weaker of your opponent's defenses. So you can actually get away with some mediocre coverage moves, whereas Sceptile really can't. And as if you needed any more reason to go with Blaziken, why wouldn't you pick a hot chick?
The future is not written.
It's like they only want me for my stats. That's not true, Blaziken. I want you for your stats and your typing and your move, for everything basically. This thing's really good. Swampert! Probably gonna be the least controversial ranking that we're gonna make. Swampert, best Pokemon in the game? I guess I can explain it, but you probably already know why. I make a lot of tier lists. I get comments on basically all of them telling me how I'm wrong. In particular about the starters, mostly from grass fans. I recently made a dedicated video talking about the 3 Hoenn starters, and not a single time on any of my videos mentioning Swampert have I gotten a negative comment about it. No matter what kind of player you are, there is something about Swampert to love. If you're like me and you just want to blitz through the game and destroy them with amazing attacks, Here's Swampert. Water Ground, one of the best stab combos ever. Are you maybe doing a Nuzlocke or playing in a slower style where safety matters? Well, Swampert is invincible, so that'll probably come in handy. Are you someone who just cares about aesthetics and playing for fun, whatever that is? Well, Mudkip is adorable. Marshtomp is kinda derpy. Swampert's kinda cool. This line basically has something for everyone, which is probably selling it short because it excels at all of these things. Swampert is stated to have a huge impact on development, probably more than any other single Pokemon, because they started an entire reforestation effort. They added a bunch of grass types to the game to try and stop Swampert. I played Vanilla Emerald with Swampert using the only A challenge, so you can only mash A through every single battle. That means no items, no switching, no changing moves. This challenge run was so trivially easy, I had to try and make up stuff like a Dive Fieri side story to try and keep people interested because it was so boring.
Hey traders, I'm Guy Fiery and welcome to Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Today I'm going out of my element and under the waves to savor the bounties of the sea. Hoenn might have too much water, but there's no such thing as too much flavor. So join us for this episode of Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives as we explore...
Did nobody refill my air tank?
In Emerald Legacy, Swampert is still basically invincible, but you might have to actually, like, look at the screen sometimes and maybe choose a different move. So I guess in that sense, Swampert has been indirectly nerfed, but in terms of actual learn set, it's been buffed because I think it gets Bubble Beam earlier, which is nice. Muddy Water has also been changed. I think it's still worse than Surf, but it now has a 50% chance to drop the enemy's speed, which could be useful because Swampert's only real flaw is that it's kinda slow and it only goes first like half the time. Moveset for Swampert, pretty much everyone's gonna use the same one. Stab Earthquake, Stab Surf, Ice Beam for those pesky grass types that theoretically threaten you but now just die. And probably a fighting move in the last one. You can either use Rock Smash, which is 60 base power now, Brick Break 75, or Dynamic Punch is actually 70 accuracy now, so you might actually use that. Unlike Blaziken, who's a veteran lifter, Swampert only started going to the gym in Gen 6, so it actually can't bulk up, which would have been nice. But it's less of an issue that Swampert doesn't one-shot things because it wins every hit trait in the game anyway. Oh no, I took 10% damage. You'll be fine. Swampert has probably the best type combo in the game. Amazing moves. It even gets earlier Earthquake. It learned Earthquake naturally beforehand as well, but now it just gets it earlier so you don't have to consider using the TM on it. You really can't go wrong with this thing. I heard you like Mudkips. Well, so do I. So does everyone. Los Illuminados' experiments with the Plagas resulted in the creation of Del Lago, the beast of the lake. And yet Swampert, who is better, was achieved all natural. And it's cuter! Zigzagoon. You know, I used to be a comp in the Zigzagoon City Special Defense Force. Only for a day, though.
I thought I was bad.
Quintessential early game filler Pokemon, and it fills that role very well. Pure normal type as Zigzagoon and Linoon. It's never going to be amazing. It gets Headbutt really early, I think at like level 8 or so? So level 8 for a 70 base power stab move. Hey, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, the first gym is rock, so you're kind of useless there. And Brawly just punches you, so you're kind of useless there too, which is bad. Because that's exactly when you would want to use this thing, to actually fight things. A decent candidate for H-Employee of the Month, because it learns a bunch of HMs, and you probably are going to need a dedicated H-Employee. Although with the changing economy, it's easier than ever to hire temp workers. You can now overwrite HMs at any point. The issue is that if you delete one of your non-HM moves, how are you gonna get it back? So you might end up overriding HM moves with other HM moves, and that gets kinda annoying, so there's still value in having a dedicated HM employee, which Linoon is pretty good at. We of course have to mention that Minun is your resident pickup artist. So even if Minun is just a bench sitter, it can pick up useful items for you without having to actually take any experience and actually fight. That's nice. And that is, I believe, unique utility to Minun. I think it's the only one that can do that. You can get some nice stuff. You can get leftovers. In terms of actual combat featuring the Zigzagoon City Police Force, not gonna be that great. It's a normal type. Did actually get a stat buff. It now has 80 base attack plus 10 and 100 speed, which is fine. As a normal type, gets a bunch of zany special coverage options, but you've got pretty bad special attack, so most of those aren't going to be doing much. If you really want to try and use this thing in the end game, as in against actual challenging trainers, you know, the Elite Four final gyms, there is an option. You have to pay a pretty hefty price, 50% of your HP. It does get Belly Drum, which is what it needs to gain the pure, unadulterated power that it would need to sweep. However, this thing wasn't bulky to begin with. Blaziken gets strong enough to win without losing any of its health with one bulk up, and knocking half of your HP off is a huge cost. Your opponent is gonna hit you, and you're probably gonna die. Belly Drum, technically an option to try and keep this thing relevant late game, but a huge risk that other better Pokemon don't have to take. Assuming you actually do pull off this Belly Drum sweep, the damage from Belly Drum also sticks to you, so you're gonna have to heal it off for the next battle. And if your Belly Drum gets disrupted at some point during the fight, you can't do it again. Tons of downsides. Hey, it's that dog! Poochyena! Poochyena actually got some pretty massive buffs. Mightyena gets plus 5 HP, okay. Plus 5 attack, hey, 95 attack. Plus 5 defense, plus 10 speed, that's probably the biggest one. Wow! This thing's been eating some high-quality Pokeblock chow. Biggest problem with Mightyena in the base game, aside from just crap stats, was, of course, that Dark, its only stab type, was special. But now it's physical. It also gets Intimidate, always a good ability, but it's even more useful because there are proportionally more double battles in this game. There's some story battles that have been changed to double battles. Some of the hardest battles in the game are double battles. So any Intimidator is going to get value out of that. Poochyena is with you for basically the entire game. It's one of the first Pokemon you can catch. Very little investment to get it to Mightyena, who will have great stats for that point in the game, although you can do better later. If they don't resist Dark, you can probably do some gnarly damage with a Crunch. And if you're totally outclassed, you can go with Super Fang and deal a flat 50% damage, which might be the best you can do in some cases. And Intimidate is super good. Even if all you're doing is switching an under-leveled Mightyena in to take one for the team. Good dog! Obviously keep it away from fighting moves. I think I did mention this earlier, but I'll say it again because I think people kinda space out. The Space Center is in this game. Hey. Hey! Hey, eyes up here, I'm about to say something important. Availability is an important criteria in my tier lists. Availability being how much of the game the Pokemon is actually in. So, slight spoiler, Mightyena I'm gonna be ranking higher than Salamence. Salamence is obviously better than Mightyena, okay? I'm not crazy. However, Mightyena is in way more of the game, takes way less investment, and that's why it's gonna be ranked higher. So please understand. You don't necessarily have to agree with my ranking, but I at least want you to understand why I'm ranking it this way. Beautifly and Dustox. So we just talked about these guys in the beginner bugs tier list, where they performed about as well as you'd expect. And the infestation has spread to this tier list as well. Wurmple is our stand-in for the Plaga's parasite, so you'd think these things would be good, since they're so important to the story. Both of them did actually get buffs. Beautifly and Dustox both got a 30 BST buff. Beautifly here getting 10 to attack, 10 to speed, and 10 to special attack. So all three buffs actually very, very pertinent. Beautifly also now specializes in sucking moves. Gets some of the buffed absorption moves. Dustox, despite being a bug, gets some extra beef. Some people eat bugs, right? Plus 10 HP, plus 10 defense, and plus 10 special defense.
Your magic ends here.
Well, now it's viable. Whole point of these guys is early power spike. They hit their final evo at 10, so they better be useful in the first two gyms, are they? Well, Roxanne uses rock type, so bye-bye Beautifly. Trash. But Brawly's actually kinda strong, and both of these are good against Brawly. Brawly has a Breloom, which is kind of dangerous, but you can quadruple gust them with Beautifly, and you get Confusion and some like psychic shenanigans with Dustox, who has god-awful special attack, so good luck with that. As the first bug types we're talking about, we should also mention that bug-type moves got a lot of buffs, so they're a lot less terrible base power-wise than you remember. However, in terms of type coverage, it's still horrendous, because that hasn't been changed. Beautifly specializes in sucking. It's very good at that, and I don't want it sucking my XP, so no thanks. I'm gonna say it's below average. You can maybe get some use out of this against Brawly. That's about it. As for Dustox, it's niche of bulky bug, tickling you with psychic attack. Let's queue up for pest control. Get this thing out of here. Whatever. Probably also does fine against Brawly. That's about it. Without the very significant buffs to both of them, they would probably be in D. If you really want to milk everything you can out of Dustox, we did describe it as beefy earlier. It does learn Protect before Norman, so you can use it to cheese slacking with Protect. Cheese is made from milk, right? I'm gonna say that's just throwing your XP again. Do not level up Dustox for 33 just to do that. There's other ways to beat slacking. Like Blaze kicking it in the face. That'll work. Masquerain, yet another beginner bug. This thing's out of here. Masquerain actually has its welfare mega buffs. In Gen 7, somebody at the Game Freak office decided to take pity on Masquerain. Welfare mega here of 40 BST. Plus 22 speed and plus 22 special attack. So a massive plus 40 buff in the two exact stats that it needed. Post-physical special split. You are still a bug flying type because Emerald Legacy has no type changes. So that means both of your stabs, bug flying, operate off of 60 base attack. Yikes. However, you do have a pretty good special move pool. Hydro Pump, non-stab, Ice Beam, Shadow Ball, Giga Drain. Those are all pretty useful. Would you be using your Ice Beam, Shadow Ball, and Giga Drain TMs on Masquerain? Probably not. Giga Drain 75 base power suck, by the way, huge buff. In terms of availability, stats, and move pool, I'd probably give this thing a C. It's a pretty big investment to use those big ticket TMs on Masquerain. However, those wings are pretty spooky. It does intimidate you. And Intimidate is super good, especially with all the extra double battles, so... Sure. I'll probably give it a low B. It's not amazing, but out of the hive of beginner bugs here, I guess I would pick Masquerain. Ada, is that you? What are you doing here? It's Gardevoir. I mentioned earlier that I never get criticized for Swampert placement. However, I have a strong tradition of getting criticized for my Gardevoir placements. I think that Gardevoir is insanely overrated in almost every context, including in the context of Emerald Legacy. The playtesters and Smith himself placed this thing among the very best in the game, and I sort of agree. I do agree that Gardevoir is one of the best Pokemon in the game. But you don't start with Gardevoir. You start with Ralts, who is absolute ass. Top of A. If you handed me a Gardevoir, which sort of does happen because you can actually get this as a contest reward. I think Master Rank Cute rewards Gardevoir, but that's really late game. Okay, apparently it's the smart contest and not the cute one. Well, I guess I'm not winning the smart contest. You have to consider the investment that goes into actually getting Gardevoir. First step, you have to catch Ralts, who's a fairly rare encounter, but that's the least of your worries. Ralts itself is absolutely useless. On purpose, of course, right? This is supposed to be a 0 to hero Pokemon, and it definitely starts as a 0. Kirlia did get buffed. Ralts now evolves into Kirlia at level 16 instead of 20, which is really important because that means you get Kirlia before the Brawly level cap. Kirlia itself also did see a direct statistical buff. Kirlia is infamous in the main games for being literally worse than unknown. And Kirlia here was buffed to have plus 10 special attack and plus 10 special defense, so it is now technically better than unknown. Well, now it's viable. Unfortunately, Kirlia is still very underwhelming, to put it mildly. Does actually get Psychic as a fairly early level up move. Early as in before evolving into Gardevoir, so in your mid-20s. That's pretty good. However, the death sentence for Gardevoir, and the reason why I don't think I can put it in S is that it is slow EXP group. Slow EXP group is really bad. It means you are going to be suffering through the 0 stages of Ralts and Kirlia for quite a while. And also, once you evolve into Gardevoir, remember, you're still in the slow experience group. So although once you become Gardevoir, yes, you have really great stats, you are going to be lagging behind all of your other Pokemon for the entire game, because you need more experience to gain the same levels as everyone else, which is going to dampen your incredible stat lead. Its moveset is pretty narrow, but probably good enough. You get Stab Psychic, you get Thunderbolt, which is very notable, and Shadow Ball is now special. For your 4th move, you could use Calm Mind to boost through boss battles. That's pretty good. In terms of abilities, Gardevoir gets Synchronize, which isn't very useful. Trace is probably better, because Trace does let you do some cheesy stuff, like copying Flash Fire against Flannery. That's nice. Since we're talking about Gardevoir, it probably makes sense to talk about its parallel and its closest competitor for the team slot, which would be Alakazam. Now, if you handed me 2 Pokeballs, and in one of them was Gardevoir and in one of them was Alakazam, I'd probably pick Gardevoir. However, because you have to actually raise these Pokemon up, I am gonna have to give the edge to Alakazam. Alakazam also has a dud stage of Abra, but that dud stage is extremely short. You catch Abra a little bit later than in Vanilla. You catch it now in Granite Cave, but it's already level like 10 or 12 or something, and it only needs to get to 16 to Kadabra. You do have the experience share at this point. You can backtrack to Rustboro after delivering the letter to Steven. Trade evolutions have been reworked. Some of them are now just level up, and if it was a trade evolution with an item, like Dragon Scale on Kingdra, you now just use the item. Alakazam's now a level up evolution at 42, which is quite a bit later than Gardevoir, so you're stuck with Kadabra. Well, how good's Kadabra? Wow. Are we sure this thing isn't fully evolved? So Kadabra basically gives you Gardevoir stat. They're slightly worse. And here's Alakazam's stats. Compared to Gardevoir, it's a little bit stronger and it's significantly faster, but the speed doesn't really matter that much because Gardevoir is, for the most part, fast enough. Biggest distinction between Alakazam and Gardevoir, once you have both, is the move pool. And by move pool, I mean electric option. Gardevoir has Thunderbolt, which makes it the best electric type in the game, as the playtesters like to say. I agree with that, by the way. And Alakazam is stuck with Shockwave, which is significantly worse. I'm not gonna say it's shockingly bad, but it's about 30% weaker than Thunderbolt, and Alakazam isn't 30% stronger than Gardevoir, so overall, it's a lot worse. But let's cosplay as a Psychic type for a moment and think, when are we actually gonna use our electric moves? For the most part, you're probably going to want to use your Psychic moves because both of you have crazy special attack, and with Stab on Psychic, that's probably going to be doing more damage than most of your coverage options. So you're going to be using your Electric option when you can't use your Psychic option, which means Dark types. What Dark types do you actually face? Probably the most common Dark types you face are Sharpedo and Crawdaunt, who are both made of paper, so Shockwave probably kills them anyway. You can Shockwave Gyarados, you can Shockwave Pelipper, who both take quadruple. And since they take quadruple, yeah, Shockwave's probably enough. It wouldn't be enough, except you're Alakazam, you have 135 special attack. Where does Thunderbolt actually give you a real advantage over Shockwave? Bulky water types like Wailord? Who's not really that threatening, but you probably can't one-shot it with Shockwave. Dark types that are not weak to electric, there's a couple of those. Mightyena, he's right here. Absol, Cacturn. But in those cases, you probably just don't want to be fighting them with your Psychic type anyway, right? Just switch out, bro. It's like last ditch, Thunderbolt probably gonna do a hefty chunk to them. but you should probably just switch out. And I'm not trying to argue that Thunderbolt isn't an advantage. It absolutely is. And there will be times in the game where Gardevoir will do things that Alakazam cannot, because Gardevoir has Thunderbolt and Alakazam is stuck shocking. But I also think that Thunderbolt's advantages are being oversold. It does help sometimes, but I don't think it does enough to overcome the terrible start of the Ralts line, a start that lasts for half the game, by the way, and the disadvantage of slow EXP group throughout the entire game. However, if you were to put Gardevoir in S, I think that's maybe the daily recommended dosage of Tropium. I don't think that's crazy at all. It's just, for me, somebody who places a lot of value on opportunity cost, it's only one of the better Pokemon in the game. If you want to hate on my Gardevoir placements, go ahead and watch the XD tier list. You'll love it. Pelipper. My high school mascot was a pelican. Pelipper got some minor adjustments. Plus 10 HP. Plus 10 special attack. Hey, that's actually pretty good. Defensively leaning Pokemon, which for my criteria is mostly a bad thing, but 95 special attack is far from hopeless, and hey, Water Stab's good. Basically one of the reasons why we created the C tier. I mean, it's a water type. It's probably fine. It is in the running, or should I say the flying, for H Employee of the Month. Pretty good H Employee. Would you pick this thing specifically as your flying type option? Probably not. Would you pick this thing specifically as your water type option? Probably not. So you pay the hybrid tax to get them both on Pelipper. Notable things we can say about Pelipper: you can spend a heart scale to give it Protect to be able to cheese slacking, sure. And this is, of course, a critical ingredient in Pico de Gallo. A delicious dish that you can serve to Mr. Briny. This is a horror game. Shiftry! Seedot was actually the very first small grass doge that I made, because in base game, it's absolutely atrocious. It's one of the cabinet members of the Bide administration. All you can do is bide in base, but now you have Bullet Seed, and Bullet Seed itself was buffed. Fewer regulations on guns. 15 base power Bullet Seeds. Not great. Shiftry did numerically get some pretty big buffs. Plus 10 attack, bring it to 110 attack. Hey, that's pretty good. Plus 5 speed, bring up to 85. That's pretty good. And plus 5 special attack. So all of these buffs are actually very relevant. It also gets much better moves, as Nuzleaf gets actual dark moves. Shiftry is also the only other wielder of the Leaf Blade, so arguably the biggest buff to Sceptile, which is the Leaf Blade changes, was also given to Shiftry. Although he doesn't have the same Birch Holy Blood as Sceptile does, so he actually needs to train his weapon rank in order to equip the Leaf Blade, so it is later. Sceptile Leaf Blade is level 36. Shiftry Leaf Blade is 46, so a full 10 levels later. I think Smith described Shiftry as Walmart Sceptile. I think Shiftry's actually the name brand. I think it's better. What does Sceptile have over Shiftry? Sceptile's way faster, but Shiftry's probably fast enough. And Shiftry has what Sceptile desperately wanted: a good secondary attacking type, so that you can actually stay in and crit things after getting the crit boost from Leaf Blade. Nuzleaf is less ass than it is in the base game, and Leaf Stone is now right after you get Surf. So you probably get their final forms at about the same time. Shiftry is a Tengu, one of my favorite Japanese mythical creatures, so it's time for some Tengu tips! Where can you find modern Tengu? It's a brand of beef jerky, and it's also a chain restaurant, Tengu. So they both have to do with food for some reason. I just have one very important question. Got any smoke balls? Got gum? It's Luis! Ludicolo. In terms of buffs to Ludicolo's stats, there haven't been many. Plus 10 HP and plus 10 special attack, which is actually quite good because its lackluster special attack was one of Ludicolo's weaknesses. If you were a big fan of Luis in the games, well, I've got good news for you, because in Emerald Legacy, he does get a happy ending. BAM! One of the best Pokemon in the game? Let's throw a fiesta! Avocado! Of course, the stat changes itself don't do this. It's a combination of a ton of different changes. The vanilla move pool of the Lotad line is absolutely terrible. Despite being a Pokemon that thrives in the rain, move pool drought, okay? There's nothing. And now it actually gets water options outside of Surf. And because all of the suck effects have been buffed, the suck effects that Ludicolo gets have also been buffed. Nice. This is a water type that can actually fight other water types because you quad resist their water moves. And although not all water Pokemon are weak to the suck, you can probably beat them, unless they're Tentacruel. By far the biggest buff to Ludicolo was the Water Stone placement. Water Stone used to be post Moss Deep? I think you needed Dive. It was absurdly late. And now, you can get it as soon as you beat Norman and access Surf, which is also when you can teach this thing Surf. I'd say that Lotad and Lombre are okay up to Norman. And then once you actually get to Ludicolo, it's probably going to be one of your best Pokemon. Now these stats aren't great, but neither are Nidoking's, right? These stats are, I would say, good enough. Barely. And when they're not good enough, break out the dance moves and do a rain dance. Also known as Dragon Dance. Yeah, because what does rain dance do? It fixes your speed and your offense. What does Dragon Dance do? It fixes your speed and your offense. So rain dance is basically Dragon Dance. Ludicolo, a Pokemon that can beat most scrub trainers without setup just by using Stab Surf or Stab Suck, or Coverage Ice Beam. And when it's a boss battle, you're probably bulky enough to survive the one turn you need to Rain Dance, at which point you can go ahead and make a clean sweep. Just make sure that you actually get Swift Swim, because Rain Dish isn't going to be dishing out the damage. Ludicolo, great example of how indirect changes to the structure of the game can massively impact a Pokemon that wasn't itself overhauled. Goes from very underwhelming for the majority of the game to one of the best Pokemon in the game, despite not being statistically impressive. Great job, Luis. Enjoy your retirement in the lagoon. Ludicolo, overall, one of the best Pokemon in the game. Kappa. Swellow! This thing's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Well, it probably does a lot of damage, but maybe not quite enough to actually kill everything, so... It's good! I am a Swellow fan, however... They've started already. The Guts facade propaganda. No! Let's talk about what you get with Tailo and Swellow. Outside of Guts facade, okay? Just park that in the corner for a second. Tailo on its own merits is good. You get it early, really fast, it gets early wing attack, and you can quadruple Brawly, who's pretty dangerous. His Breloom just melts. A nice buff that applies to Swellow and a lot of flying types is the new Sky Attack. Sky Attack, known in Japanese as God Bird. Traditionally a 2-turn move, which makes it bad because it's my damage and I want it now. But in this game, it's just flying type Hydro Pump. You're probably not going to get it because it's level 55, which is basically the end of the game, but it does exist, and some Pokemon get it, so we should mention it. Swellow's biggest issue is that although it has pretty good dual stab, it is lacking in power. The fix to this issue that everybody would suggest is Guts! Because Swellow does get Guts, which is a great ability. When you get Statused, you get 50% more attack, combos extremely well with a normal type move called Facade, I know it's Facade, where it becomes 140 base power, in addition to getting the damage boost from Guts itself. Issue with this strategy, how in the world do you set this up? So you have to get Statused. What statuses work? Well, Sleep and Freeze you can't attack, so those are out. The most common status in the game by far is Paralysis. However, if you get paralyzed, it's over, right? You're not sweeping anything. So you basically have to either get burned or get poisoned. Any ideas on how to do that? To get poisoned, you could maybe wing attack Poison Point Pokemon? or switch in and out against a Poison Sting Pokemon, hoping that they'll hit the 30% on you. Remember that in hard mode, you can't use items, so you can't just spam like the blue flute and play a little concert to try and stall. That's not gonna work. Another downside of getting poisoned is that, remember, overworld poison damage is a thing. So if you're poisoned, you're going to be experiencing the screen flashes as you move around the world, and the Plaga parasite infection continues to worsen. You can also die from it. Extremely annoying. So that leaves the best status option as getting burned. How in the world do you get burned? Unironically, you have to go on the SLUGMA grind set. You have to go to Fall Arbor Town, go to the ash patches outside, hope to encounter Slugmalganis. There's a 50% chance they have Flame Body, and then there's a 30% chance that when you attack that Flame Body Slugmalganis, you'll then burn yourself. What do I think of that strategy?
No thanks, bro.
No thanks, bro. If you're doing a Nuzlocke or a high-stakes playthrough, yes, it probably would be worth going through all of this effort to unlock the power of Guts Facade, which is really strong. But for a normal playthrough, I'm not gonna do this. And keep in mind that if you ever go to a Pokemon Center to heal, you know, the damage that you're taking from your status, or maybe restore your PP, that's also gonna cure your status, and you're gonna have to do this all over again. Doesn't burn lower attack, Guts negates the attack drop, so you don't have to worry about that. And if Flame Orb existed in Gen 3 and if you could get it in the mid-game, yeah, this would obviously be S, but that's not the game we're playing. I think that Guts Facade is just a nice, incidental upside. Sometimes you'll get poisoned or burned, and hey, in that case, wow, you get to use a really strong move until you go to the Pokemon Center. But Swellow doesn't need it. On its own merits, when it's hale and healthy, it's still an A-tier Pokemon. I don't think it's one of the best Pokemon in the game, but I would say it's just swell.
Help me, Leon!
Ashley! No, hang on. That's Azumarill. Azumarill. A Pokemon that I think is extremely overrated. It does get continuously better throughout the generations. Generation 2 is absolute ass. Generation 3, it does get huge power, but it doesn't yet have physical water. And Generation 4 can finally use its stab with huge power. And then in Generation 6, it became a dual type with Fairy, one of the best types in the game. And at that point, it's probably pretty good, although I still think overrated because it's really, really slow. I do think huge power and yoga power that Meditite have, I think they're both overrated for in-game. They multiply your attack stat by 2, which is really good. However, that doubling accounts for your IVs and EVs, which you're probably not optimizing in your in-game playthrough. So you're not getting the full value of the doubling effect. I'm not saying these abilities are bad, I'm just saying they're probably not as good as you're expecting. Azumarill has atrocious speed and absolutely god-awful special attack, which I think would actually disqualify it from the C tier. They did account for water remaining special, and they gave Azumarill plus 20 special attack, which isn't great, but it is almost 50% better than it would be with base Azumarill. Considering the extra firepower, which is actually water power. Yeah, sure, it's a C tier Pokemon. Best part of Azumarill? One of the mods, Lab Agent Ash, drew this Ashumarill. She drew it after learning the theme Resident Treeville, but before I actually filmed anything, so we didn't actually end up using Ashumarill for anything, but here it is and it looks great! This is it, Luigi! Breloom, like myself, packing some bullet seed rounds. In addition to lighting up Devoncore COs with its firearms, it also has its arms, which allow it to defeat basically everything else. Wow. I don't think there were any stat changes to either Shroomish or Breloom. Bullet Seed is now 15 base power per shot, which makes training Shroomish a little bit less painful. It's still kind of bad, I would call it a dud stage, but you only have to get to level 23. And at level 23, you evolve into Breloom, who has 130 base attack. 130 base attack at level 23! It's basically a green fighting type. The grass type, I'm gonna say, is mostly downside. Just makes you weak to a bunch of stuff. You can't effectively use your grass attacks because your special attack is terrible. You get some grass shenanigans, you get Stun Spore, Leech Seed. Why are you doing this? Punch them! You have 130 base attack! 70 base speed is a little bit underwhelming, but you do get Mach Punch, which is a little bit underwhelming because it only has 40 base power, but you have 130 base attack! If you need more power, which you probably will at some point, you can Sky Uppercut them. Sky Uppercut now. 90 base power, 95 accuracy. Couldn't be 100 because it would be too good. Really good candidate for your Rock Tomb TM. With 130 base attack, you basically need to hit your opponent neutrally and they'll probably die. Especially for the first 2/3 of the game where you're heavily outclassing your opponent. When you're facing real Pokemon in the end game, you might actually need to use the good stab moves. As a fighting type, it does lift, so you can even bulk up if you need a boosting option. Bulk up Mach Punch! What are they gonna do? In vanilla, Breloom actually doesn't learn Spore, only Shroomish does. You have to hold it as a Shroomish if you want Spore. But in Emerald Legacy, they changed it. Breloom itself does learn Spore at level 59, so... Okay, it still doesn't really learn Spore, but you have 130 base attack! What are you doing? Just punch them! You're gonna win! Tier list... I don't wanna... Fine. Slacking! We just raved about how good 130 attack was. Slacking has literally cover legendary stats. It's probably faster than you think at 100 base speed, which is good enough for most things. Of course, such power comes at a price, that price being that you have to go through an awful dud stage. Slackoth is useless aside from its German name of Bummels, which is adorable. Vigoroth is okay. Slacking itself, obviously super strong, defeats anything that it's against, but with the terrible Truant downside. Truant probably taught a lot of kids the word. Like 50% of my viewers, I'm an American, and I'd never heard Truant until seeing this ability. I think Truant is more common in the UK as a word to describe lazy students. I'm not impressed by this thing at all. It's an enormous investment to get it up to Slacking. And yeah, Slacking is really strong half the time. You can basically cut its stats in half because it can only use them half the time. I am not a fan. You could very much cheese your way around the downside in a normal playthrough because you can actually, if you're playing on switch mode, you can switch after attacking with Slacking. So it has no downside aside from wasting your time. However, in hard mode, which is where we're ranking, you are automatically on set mode, and that means you actually are dealing with Slacking's downside. The fact that your opponent guaranteed gets a turn every other turn is horrendous. You're gonna get statused, they're gonna buff their stats, they're gonna debuff your stats. It's a nightmare. It's also slow EXP. That's slow EXP with a later evil than Gardevoir. I don't think this thing is D tier. It's not a complete joke. Obviously, it has really good stats. You can use this. However, there's just so much potential for things to go wrong. Outside of you just dying because you get attacked twice. It's all the other annoying cheese that can happen. This thing is very vulnerable to confusion, which is everywhere. Because you can lose your turn to confusion, then you actually lose 2 turns. Ugh! People say this every time we talk about Slacking, which is that you can use Hyper Beam because it has no downside, but it does still have downside. If you Hyper Beam, which is probably overkill, like Return probably would have killed him anyway, the recharge turn locks you out of switching, which is a big problem, so there is still a downside to using Hyper Beam. Although I'm not a personal fan of Slacking, he does seem like a cool guy, and I think I'd have a beer with him, even though this is coffee. Cheers.
While wine vinegar doesn't actually hydrate you, in fact in large amounts it can do the exact opposite, it does slake your thirst. In Roman history, it was always seen as a refreshing thing to drink.
Slaked. Overall thoughts on Slacking. Yes, it's extremely powerful, but it's a huge investment with tons of potential for stuff to go wrong. And also, you don't need the crazy stats. These Pokemon also kill everything in one turn, without any of the downside. They arguably do it better, because they have way better types than pure normal. Grumpig got some pretty significant buffs. Originally, you could only find Spoink in Jagged Pass, which was fairly late. It's now much earlier. I believe you can actually get it before Badge 1. Both stages of the Spoink line actually got buffed. +5 defense, +5 speed to Spoink. Spoink actually has 70 special attack in its first form. That's really high. And Grumpig itself is even porkier, not beefier. +10 HP, -10 attack, who cares? +5 defense, and +5 speed. And 110 special defense, they didn't even buff that, no need. Pork, the other white meat. That really doesn't have anything to do with me putting in B, but I just wanted to say that, I guess.
Thanks again to the National Pork Board for their sponsorship. Bring flavor to everyday moments with pork. Visit pork.org/realpork to learn more.
Helped a ton by its earlier availability, because Spoink stats are actually quite good for the point in the game where you get it. I think it even evolves into Grumpig a couple levels earlier. However, once you get to Grumpig, it's kind of unexciting. I think they do actually sell meat products at the dollar store, which is where you'll find this variant of Alakazam and Gardevoir. Alakazam and Gardevoir are definitely much better, but Grumpig is the lower effort version for less reward. Move pool wise, it's kind of sad. It's got the Psychic special. Psychic moves, Shockwave and Shadow Ball. Doesn't affect the rating at all, but pour one out for both Spoink and Torchic, who start off absolutely adorable, some of the cutest Pokemon in the franchise, and then get mercilessly beaten with the ugly stick. At least with Torchic, I think it's intentional, 'cause it's supposed to be based on these, like, baby chickens. And then the developers were trying to test you. Would you still use it once it's no longer cute, if it's strong? And for me, the answer is obviously yes. I think Blaziken's pretty cool. I do not think Grumpig is cool. Using this thing is haram. But I wouldn't invite this to my harem. Skitty into Delcatty. Here's our review here. Awkward, one of the playtesters. Chat, is there any world I can argue Delcatty up to D tier? No. Our first entry to the Lomiest. It's Delcatty. Delcatty did get some pretty big buffs. 5 to HP, 5 to attack, 5 to defense, 25 to speed, 20 to special attack, and 10 to special defense. However, it's not enough. Skitty is appalling, and you don't get the Moon and Sunstone until Meteor Falls. By the time you get to Meteor Falls, my god, you could do so much better than this. Like, these stats on their own, like, they're not that bad, but keep in mind, this is on a pure normal template. You get Wish, Charm, Sing, and Encore. That's actually perfect. Because I was about to say, the only thing that Delcatty can do is utility. It's a pure utility Pokemon. By my criteria, Wish, Charm, Sing, and Encore, all of those moves are completely worthless. So if you were of the mindset that those moves were worth using, and they might be depending on your playstyle, yeah, sure. I'd probably give Delcatty a D. To me, those moves are just a waste of time. And that's what Delcatty is. A waste of your time. You can make a wish, and next turn it'll come true, bringing you to D tier. However, you don't get a next turn because I blaze kicked you in the face and killed you. Delcatty among the Lomiest. Horrible. Although I do think Delcatty is terrible, and I'm not recommending that you use it. You can. Don't let me tell you what to do. Normalize playing for fun. Even though Normalize is not in this game, which is probably a good thing. Ninjask and Shedinja. More Pokemon from Beginner Bugs. Ninjask. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? I ain't impressed. This is gonna be one of the biggest discrepancies between my list and the playtester list. Ninjask did not get any stat buffs. It did get some learn set buffs, Silver Wind is now 60 base power, whoa! And he gets some very mediocre flying moves. We're talking about like Air Cutter, Aerial Ace. Very low power moves with 90 attack. 90 attack is fine, but not with moves and stabs like Ninjask. Ninjask's selling point is, of course, its ridiculous speed. It is the fastest Pokemon in the game outside of Deoxys, who is not accessible in the main game. But at 160 base speed, you're just showing off, okay? Yeah, I get it, you're really fast. But for your in-game playthrough, 160 speed is functionally the same as 100, right? You're going first either way. You don't get to actually double attack them. If you could, that actually might be kind of a neat mechanic for Ninjask. It is a ninja. Deduct points since cicadas are annoying in real life. So says Brooklyn BJP, the cameraman. Now you might argue quite reasonably, Ninjask is not supposed to fight on its own. Ninjas are in a support role. You befuddle the enemy with Protect and Substitute and Swords Dance, and then while they're wondering what you're doing, wasting your time with Ninjask, you baton pass out to a real Pokemon and then sweep them. However, I'm going to argue that I don't even think it's that good at baton passing in this game. And what I mean by that is not that it's not good at baton passing, yeah, obviously it is, but you don't get baton pass till like level 50. You're gonna invest 50 levels into this thing to then spend turns putting on a dance routine in front of your enemy who is probably double teaming themselves or potentially thunder waving you. All of that to then leave the hard work to someone else. And you're telling me that's S tier? I think I'll baton pass on this one. Shedinja did get a stat change to coincide with the new mechanics. For some reason, they decided to go ahead and give this thing 200 special defense!
The magic ends here.
Now it's invincible! I'm kidding, of course, but they did give it a pretty big buff. They gave it plus 45 special attack. And this is, of course, because Ghost is now special, so now it can Shadow Ball and actually do things with that. I hear that the Husky body type is in. I think we'll give Shedinja a B, with a big asterisk. Most trainers in this game do have more coverage moves than vanilla, so there's a fair chance that if you're just using this thing willy-nilly, it's gonna get pricked by something and it's gonna die. However, if you are Nuzlocking or doing another high-stakes run, this thing's like S+++. Like best Pokemon in the game, because you can just look up the enemy, make sure that there's nothing that you're in danger of, and then essentially auto-win. So if you're playing in the context I am, just trying to play through the game without doing too much crazy grinding and not having to deal with too many annoying fights, then Shedinja's okay. There's probably some fights where just incidentally you end up being invincible and you have 90 attack, that's nice. If you actually sit down with the documentation, comb through every line of code to make sure there's no surprise leech seeds or crunches, then this thing's invincible! But it does take a lot of meta knowledge, and that's not something that I think your average player just trying to play the game is gonna do. In my mind, because I was editing this like 2 days ago, I just talked about Shedinja for like 20 minutes, so I don't really have much else to say. Hopefully you saw beginner bugs, thanks for waiting. Did I mention it only has 1 HP? I guess I didn't, but I would assume that most people already know that Shedinja has 1 HP. Ninetales. Fire's my favorite type. It is not hot in here. Huge availability buffs. Vulpix is now available way earlier. It used to be locked to Mount Pyre. Vulpix and Ninetales get the same buffs that they did in Crystal Legacy. Vulpix gets some buffs, plus 7 HP, plus 10 speed, plus 5 special attack, which brings it to 55. Kirlia, a Pokemon that I described as unusable, had 70, and plus 5 special defense. Ninetales gets plus 5 HP, minus 5 attack, wouldn't want it to be too good. Plus 5 defense, 100 speed, and plus 5 special attack, bringing it to 86. There's a fair amount of bug and especially grass targets on the land routes. They added a lot of grass types to attempt to slow down Swampert, and you can Ember them, which probably is still not gonna kill them. Ninetales is extremely underwhelming. It often goes first and like tickles the opponent. Tickle might actually be more useful because then they'll take more damage and deal less damage to you. As if you needed to be reminded, this is Hoenn. So this thing is completely useless in the last third of the game. You really can't touch anything. And Blaziken doesn't have that problem because you can just punch them. And Ninetales cannot. There is one nice move pool buff. It now gets Shadow Ball on level up, but it's not a ghost type, so it's not like you get Stab. And Shadow Ball is actually one of the few TMs that is buyable before post-game. You can actually buy Shadow Balls at the Elite Four, so that negates some of the value of not having to use the Shadow Ball TM on Ninetales. You do get level 29 Flamethrower as Vulpix, but that's 29 levels where you're using 55 base special attack. That's gross. Ninetales, more like Ninetales. And people say that my German is bad. Did they hear me say Bummels? I bet you thought I was gonna shout for Exploud, right? No, I can't, I have a neighbor. Exploud's one of the Hoenn homies for sure. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker. Oh, no thanks. Exploud actually got some pretty big stat buffs. Loudred's rockin' +5 attack, sure. Exploud, plus 10 HP, plus 10 attack, bringing it to slightly over 100. Plus 10 defense, and plus 10 special defense. So, a fair amount of extra bulk, and a bit of extra firepower. Like, these stats themselves, they're really not that bad. 68 speed is a little underwhelming, but it's not a disaster. What is a disaster is this. Evolves from Loudred starting at level 40. Are you kidding me? 40 levels! 40 levels! For this! They did buff its signature move Hyper Voice. It's now 100 base power, and it's a spread move with a 30% chance to confuse, so that confuse chance is new for Hyper Voice. It's the first time we're talking about some Gen 3 battle mechanics, but in Gen 3 only, spread damage is a bit different. If you have an asymmetrical spread move, so one that only hits enemies, then you only deal 50% damage. Ugh. But if you have a field-wide spread move, so Earthquake, there's no damage penalty. It deals full damage. And in modern generations, it's just 70% damage for all spread moves. Whismur itself is available quite early, and there is a trade for a Loudred in Fortree City. And if you do the trade, then you actually get boosted experience, because this is a trade mon. Now you have to trade a KecLeon for a Loudred. Would you really do that?
No thanks, bro.
Hey, I don't consent to this trade, okay? The big issue with Loudred, aside from it being a slow, bulky mixed attacker that's outclassed at basically everything by specialized Pokemon with actual types, is the Evo level. If Exploud was like level 30, I'd probably put it in B, sure. But level 40 represents way too much investment for what you get. Whismur's also terrible. And the trade Loudred being easier to level up, I don't think is that much of an advantage, because by the 6th gym, are you really trying to use a Loudred or Exploud? I don't think so. You have so many better options. If you're thinking of using Exploud in your playthrough, maybe you're not cut out to be a Pokemon trainer. Might I suggest playing Bakugan instead? Wigglytuff. Just spent a couple minutes hemming and hawing in an uproar about Exploud. It's better than Wigglytuff. As I'm placing it in D, Miti Kozuki, #1 Wigglytuff fan, cheering, woo, Wigglytuff! Heart of Love is acknowledging your loved one's flaws, right? This thing's awful. Now, it is a bit wiggly tougher than you remember. Plus 10 defense, plus 10 special attack, plus 5 special defense. So stats-wise, this is just a disaster. I'd rather have Exploud. It has the same horrible fake bulk that Exploud and a bunch of normal types do. It just has a bunch of HP, so it's like spongy, but its actual defenses are terrible, so it still dies. It's just that it wastes more of your time because the HP bar takes longer to go down. You can get Igglybuff in Rust Turf Tunnel now, so that's a bit sooner, but you're gonna be stuck with Jigglypuff all the way until you get the Moonstone, which is in Meteor Falls. This thing actually might be a contender for Lomiest. It does get an amazing move pool, as most normal types do, but it just does not have the stats to use them. It is basically a scam if you use your good TMs on this thing. There are so many better candidates. I'll let Miti Kozuki decide. Okay, well, there you go. They had to have sent that in before I actually asked, because there's a delay. $5 microtransaction, bribe to keep it in D. You got it. Generating $5 is more than Wigglytuff is ever gonna do for you. Thanks! Golem, the boulder! I'm historically a huge Golem fan. Geodude is my mom's favorite Pokemon. I generally try to gas this thing up pretty much anytime I talk about it. I think that people are really sleeping on its amazing physical stats at basically every stage of its Evo line. That being said, Golem's pretty bad in this game. I think it's really good in Red and Blue, and particularly in Johto. In Johto, my only advice for you is, you caught a Geodude, right? Super, super good there. One of the reasons why it's so good is because under stat experience, one of Golem's main flaws, its horrendous speed, gets patched up because you just get max speed from stat XP. In Hoenn, you don't get stat XP, so you really feel the lackluster speed. And yeah, Hoenn has too much water. And the reforestation project also hurts this. On basically any land route, you are a constant threat of getting quadruple sucked by all of these sentient plants. And the back third of the game, this thing is just useless. Because there's way too much water, and you just get killed by bubble from everything. It's not useless. There's definitely going to be fights throughout the game where Geodude instantly wins, but it's a serious struggle for the boulder in Gen 3. His championship days might be behind him. I want to paint a complete picture for the boulder here before we send him to the bench. It's okay against Roxanne, who has a Lily, but Lily does not suck you. Brawly either punches you, or his Breloom can actually mega suck you. So you're not good there. Watson you're okay against, but his Plusle does have Magical Lead, you have to watch out. Pretty good against Flannery. Flannery does have ground attacks against you, but you do have good physical defense, you're probably fine. Winona, where you'd think you'd win, because, you know, you're a rock type, she's the flying trainer. All of her Pokemon are now dual types. A bunch of them either Earthquake you, or there's a Tropius that I think can actually defeat you. Obviously, you can't touch Skarmory. It's actually a very bad matchup. Late game, there's actually a ton of Earthquakes, which is kind of a problem. And a decent amount of Flyers, so you have some serious issues. And obviously, any water type bubbles you and you die. It's hard times for the boulder. Well, he is a rock type. Numel and Camerupt. Numel got a pretty significant buff in terms of availability. You can now get one as early as Rustboro City. You can trade a Shroomish for it. I attempted to do this trade myself in my playthrough, but when I entered his house, he was behaving kind of strangely.
Hello?
Graphics aren't everything. Pokemon has never had cutting-edge visuals. Why complain about them now?
Excuse me. Hola. I'm KecLeon from the Zigzagoon City Police Department. I was wondering if you could help me.
Personally, I really enjoyed Legends Arceus. It was a step in the right direction for the franchise.
Hey, I'm sorry, pal. No comprende.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were held back by the Nintendo Switch hardware.
Hey, freeze. I've got PP in this.
The glitches and performance issues were overblown by YouTube hate monsters.
Last warning.
I can't wait to see what Game Freak will be capable of on the Nintendo
Adios,
Switch.
pal.
The infection is spreading fast. We're still not exactly sure what the symptoms of tropium exposure are, but I think it can result in numbness, which might be why that guy was using a Numel. Unfortunately, I did have to neutralize it with a quadruple effective water move, which is probably the Numel line's biggest issue. I mentioned the fire types in this game suck. Camerupt, definitely one of the Hoenn homies. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker. At least this thing actually has a reason to be a mixed attacker. One of the more baffling things about why Shiftry is a mixed attacker is why does it have physical stats when at the time, Grass and Dark were both special. For Camerupt, at least Fire is special and Ground is physical, so it made sense that it had mixed stats. Camerupt did get some stat buffs, plus 20 HP, plus 5 attack, minus 10 speed, which I think is just kind of an insult. It's not like you were going first anyway. May as well make it even slower, and plus 5 special attack. So you get some better bulk, some better offenses, but those weren't the issue anyway. The issue is that you died a bubble, which is everywhere. Other issues for Numel. Level 33 Evo. The trade experience certainly helps with that, but you do still get level capped. Man, this card is awesome, what? Look at this thing, it's so cute! Team Magma's Numel! H Employee of the Month! Great distraction from this. Oh boy, you're stuck with this for 33 levels! When a bubble from the most common type in the game can destroy you at a moment's notice, ah! They did give Camerupt some minor buffs, but it's not enough to get it over the hump. I cannot recommend that you use this thing. Donmel. More like Donnell. At least Donnell actually gets good eventually, not this thing. Tentacruel, a Pokemon that is much maligned because it's kind of a pest. It's really common, but that doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, I think it's quite good, I say as I throw it into the sea, because I've already caught like 20 of these, I don't need any more. Probably gonna be the best Pokemon in C tier. C tier is not bad, by the way, it's just I don't really have much to say about this other than it's a water type and water's really good. Notably, it's quite fast at 100 base speed. And if you're a special defense fan, you can't do much better than Tentacruel.
The magic ends here.
What are special attackers gonna do? 120 res, wow! Actually kind of useful, because you probably are gonna have to take some hits in this game. And Water Poison, very, very good defensive type. You can take hits and keep on slugging no problem. Or is that sludging, you're a poison type? Does really standard C tier things. Surf, Ice Beam, you can suck him with Giga Drain. Sure, it's pretty good. We made fun of it a bit earlier for being so common, but that is an advantage. Especially in Nuzlocke. You can't not encounter this thing. We've been doing this list in mostly availability order so far, and, well, you don't have Surf at this point. We're gonna be talking about a slew of water types here because the old rod has been buffed significantly. You now catch more than just Koi Kings. You can now catch Tentacool, hooray, and you can catch Horsey. Hooray! One of my big disagreements with the Crystal Legacy tier list was they loved Kingdra, and I wasn't a huge fan. I think I'm a fan in this game. Asterisk. What is that asterisk? The asterisk is actually in the shape of the Dragon Scale. Evolution from Seadra into Kingdra is just an item evo, just use the Dragon Scale on it. You get one Dragon Scale during the story, sort of. You can get one by beating Hoenn, who takes over Sootopolis after becoming the champion. That's way too late. And if that was the only place you could get a Dragon Scale, this would probably be a C tier Pokemon. However, you can get Dragon Scale earlier. It's just gonna take a bit of doing. Wild Horsey that you fish up have a 5% chance to be holding a Dragon Scale. That's really annoying, but you can boost that by using a Compound Eyes Pokemon. Having a lead Compound Eyes Pokemon actually increases the chance the wild Pokemon has a held item. I don't really know how that works. I believe Nincada can also learn Thief, so you can identify that they have a Dragon Scale and then rip it off of them. That's kind of gruesome. Doesn't take that long to do it, but it is an extra step of annoyance that you do have to account for. Horsey, kind of lame. Seadra, also kind of lame. Notably, Seadra has awful res. If Seadra gets touched by a special attack, it just explodes. However, because you can just get the Dragon Scale and instantly evolve it up into Kingdra, you don't have to deal with the, I'm actually gonna say a dud stage of Seadra. And you get Kingdra. Kingdra's stats have actually not been altered. Oh my god, an ad for Game Freak. You don't really want to see a stat spread like this where they're all basically the same, but none of them are bad. They're all good enough. And when they're not good enough, hey, make it rain. And then your speed is definitely good enough, and your water attacks are definitely good enough. You of course have to mention that Kingdra has an amazing type. Water Dragon, you only take super effective damage from Dragon type. Pretty much the only Dragon trainer in the game is Drake of the Elite Four, And if it's raining, then you're faster and you just ice beam them all down anyway. No problem. Basically, nothing can one-shot you, which makes your Rain Dance free against most opponents where you need to actually set it up. In terms of stab options, you don't have any claws, so you can't claw them, but Dragon Breath has been buffed. I believe it's now 70 base power, which is probably good enough. Mostly going to be using Stab Surf, though. While I do like Kingdra, I don't quite think it's royalty in this game. It's mostly held back by the fact that Horsey kind of sucks. Kingdra, once you get it, pretty good, has a good setup option in Swift Swim, basically cannot be one-shot, which allows it to actually set up the rain, and it can then sweep through the enemy team. That durability and setup power wasn't something that I gave it credit for in Crystal Legacy, but I think it does actually get credit in Emerald Legacy. That old Drake's no match for the king! Gyarados. Allow me to do my best SmithPlays Pokemon cosplay here. Gyarados. I'm starting to hate that Pokemon. SmithPlays Pokemon, not a fan of Gyarados. Not because it's not good. Obviously, yeah, it's really good. That's actually sort of the problem. It's just always good in everything. Like Gardevoir, a zero to hero Pokemon with, I'm gonna say, a less significant zero stage. And maybe even a better hero stage. Same slow XP group, which is a big problem, but only has to get to level 20. And comes with Intimidate, one of the best abilities in the game. Move pool has been both improved and nerfed. It actually gets flying options now. It gets Bounce and it gets Fly. Neither of those are the greatest because they are 2-turn moves and it's my damage and I want it now, but you can do that, whereas previously it couldn't. But with 120 base attack, you don't really have to worry. You can just press random physical moves and probably win. You really wish that you could use your Water Stab with physical, but that's next gen. And starting in Gen 4, Gen 4 is when Gyarados really starts to get out of control, so in Gen 3, it's just S tier, ooh. In terms of move pool nerfs, they just moved Dragon Dance later, so it's basically post-game. Looks like your tap dancing days are over. Gyarados, another candidate for H Employee of the Month. Very, very good at using HMs, even with no investment. If you get it up to level 20, you can then give it almost every HM. We've got Strength, Fly, all the water crap. And if you don't level it up anymore at all, it can still contribute because you can send them in just to give them a bit of a spook. Reduce their attack by 1. And then goodbye Gyarados. I believe SmithPlays Pokemon mentioned they were going to make a video about the Zero to Hero Gyarados archetype. I'm also planning that. Who will finish theirs first? Vote now on your phones. It's almost certainly gonna be SmithPlays Pokemon that finishes their video first, so I'm actually betting against myself here. But just so I don't get accused of plagiarism, I have been planning this. And I already bought this Magikarp hat, okay? So, see you sometime in 2025. Sea King. Not even the king of the sea tier. They gave it +8 attack, which it can't even use with its water moves. You want an actual analysis of Sea King? With that +8 attack, apparently it now gets Swords Dance, Mega Horn, and Drill Peck. That's kind of cool. Other than that, it's a water type. Water's pretty good. Next, Crobat. This is the instigator, you might even say the patient zero, of me asking, it's really fast! So it goes first. And then what? There's really not that much else to say about Crobat. It's actually got a very, very high base stat total. Lightning fast with actually pretty respectable bulk. 90 attack is okay. Poison Flying, also a really good defensive type, which I'm sure you've realized trying to kill this thing because it's everywhere. Its main issue is just it doesn't have any relevant attacks. Poison is the worst attacking type in the game, so no real points for being able to Sludge Bomb stuff. And its flying options are very underwhelming. Yeah, like Wing Attack, Fly, 2 turns. It's my damage and I want it now. And unfortunately, they did not give it Sky Attack. If they'd given this thing early reworked Sky Attack, which is now Flying type Hydro Pump, then I'd be a lot kinder to this thing. You also have to keep in mind that Zubat sucks. Zubat's worthless. And you're stuck with that until Golbat, who's also pretty bad. but it's a friendship Evo. So if you've been friendly to your Zubat, who hopefully you didn't say sucks, then you can probably skip Golbat and go to Crobat. Crobat is one of a few Pokemon we're going to talk about where their main role is as an enemy. Bad guys love using this Pokemon, and they're going to outspeed you, and they're going to confuse Rayu and potentially ruin your day. However, when the shoe is on the other wing, that doesn't really work. When you're actually using Crobat, the main thing it does is annoy the enemy, but the enemy's a computer, so congratulations, you played yourself. You can use Crobat. It's not bad. It's a bat. Although I don't think that was ever in contention. Aggron. An often overrated Pokemon because Aggron is really cool. Is it good? No. Infamously awful type, you would think that reinforcing rock with steel would make you invincible, but not even close. You die to everything. It's so bad. Now, you can't see it on screen here because it was a last-minute change, and Aggron has bad speed, so it didn't actually update in time. Speaking of bad speed, that is what they changed. They gave Aggron the final form plus 20 HP and minus 20 speed, which probably is a buff overall, because come on, you weren't going first anyway, right? They did actually buff its move pool. This rock steel type used to not get any rock moves, and now it gets Rock Blast, which was buffed. 25 base power per shot. You can now bulk up with a TM. You get Submission as a level up move now. 80 base power, 100 accuracy, and no recoil because you have Rock Head. They've also invested in Lairon Studios. I loved Baldur's Gate 3. Instead of being a level 32 Evo to Lairon, it is now level 28. Although I don't think they changed the big issue, which is this, Aggron level 42. Leveling rate slow. And of course, all of this discussion is for naught, because this is a disaster. Rock Steel is unsalvageable. You instantly die to everything. Meaning fighting ground and water, which are everywhere. Earthquake is everywhere in like every single double battle. Fighting is quite common as well, and yeah, obviously water is everywhere. It's so bad. Reminder that their idea of a mega tier improvement is losing a type, becoming a pure steel type. That's how bad Rock Steel is. Almost always gaining a type is an advantage, and they recognize that for your once per team mega, we're gonna remove a type. Aaron is weak, you're stuck with it until level 28. Lairon's okay, you're stuck with to level 42, all in the slow experience group, and the entire time you're at risk of getting one-shot by extremely common enemy attacks. But hey, they buffed Iron Tail, it's now 100 base power, 90 accuracy. I'm overall not impressed by this thing. Way too much investment for way too little reward. And of course it goes without saying, this thing is super slow, you are never going first, which comes with a bunch of downsides. Enemies get to do a bunch of annoying stuff, and because your type is terrible, they'll probably just kill you. Aggron is right. Well, it is the job of a tank to pull aggro, and I'm definitely targeting this thing. Ah! Don't even need a weapon to beat it. Hariyama. I do believe that Makuhita and Hariyama did receive some minor stat buffs. Makuhita gets plus 10 HP, plus 10 defense, plus 10 special defense. Sure. Bit of extra bulk on a Pokemon that's already pretty thick. You catch Makuhita in Granite Cave, and it's only level 24 to get to Hariyama. Hariyama has got two pretty good abilities, Thick Fat or Guts. I think Guts is better on this thing than on Swellow because it doesn't really care about being paralyzed. So it can actually utilize the most common status effect to its advantage without giving up too much because hey, it's already really slow. Level 24 Evo, how much attack does this thing have? Oh, 120? Well, that's good. 120 base attack at level 23. Sounds good to me. Really, the only criticism I have is that it's super slow. You're basically locked out of S tier if you're this slow, which Makuhita is. Great availability, great offense. Fighting moves overall have seen a lot of buffs, which Hariyama really appreciates. Notably also gets Vital Throw really early. It's like 70 base power, and it never misses. It's vital that you use this move. Comes with the downside that it forces you to move second, but you're probably moving second anyway. Main reason why Breloom gets to be an S, whereas Hariyama doesn't, is the 20 speed point difference. And Mach Punch. But I wouldn't want to get in the ring with Hariyama. I'll just concede. This round's winner is El Gigante. Maybe it's El Gigante. Since we're talking about big, beefy brawlers, we may as well also talk about Machamp, because they're basically the same. Machamp has, I think, 10 more attack, which doesn't really matter, but you get it significantly later. You get Machop in Fiery Path, and then it's now level ups only to Machamp instead of trade. 130 attack is crazy. You can just use random physical moves and probably still win, but you are extremely slow, and the Machamp power spike is 38, so. Overall worse, there's no real reason not to use Hariyama. There's no guard dynamic punch shenanigans yet. These guys have both got guts, and they both make the same good use of it. Comparing the leveling speed between the two, Hariyama is fluctuating XP group, whereas Machamp is medium slow. So that does mean that Hariyama is gonna experience some plateaus in its training, just like in real workout routines. But it's kind of irrelevant because Hariyama has such a giant availability lead that it still ends up coming out on top. Nosepass. Of course, its most prominent feature is its honker of a schnoz. However, this Pokemon's most accentuated feature is its prominent ass. It's terrible. Oh! They gave it some stat buffs. It now has 45 HP, which means it had 30 previously. 25 special attack, so it can use a bunch of non-stab electric moves that it now gets by level up. Incredible. And 15 special defense!
The magic ends here.
Well, now it's viable. Making it a rock electric type would have made it very unique and a lot more useful, but I understand why they didn't want to do that. That's a pretty big change. This thing is useless. It just sits there and does nothing, which is not what you want out of your Pokemon. I don't think I'm asking too much when I want my Pokemon to do something. Nosepass can inflict Thunder Wave. That's about it. And one of my only real criticisms of the Emerald Legacy changes, I am gonna say that they went way too far with the Roxanne fight overhaul. And Probopass isn't in this game, but for some reason, Roxanne's Nosepass has like a 3rd tier True Blade promotion. I have the video evidence. You can review it for yourself. There's Nosepass. I have no idea what this thing can do to us. I think it actually does have pretty good special defense, so this actually might not do that much, even though it's super effective. Wow.
The magic ends here.
The berry! The berry! I think we're probably gonna have to switch after this one, but I think we can manipulate so that we come out on top. Obviously a crit would be very nice. They could also miss, that would be great. Oof. At this point we're probably slower, right? Well, I guess we lose. We have to lower their attack and hope that we can actually suck enough with Overgrow. Okay, I think with Overgrow, we should heal enough that they actually don't kill us. The 30 base power absorb. So they hit all 3 and they crit us. When I was in the jungle, I had a revelation. The only thing that matters in this world is blind luck. If you save the dog earlier in the game, he helps you out in the boss fight against El Gigante. Thanks, dog. What is going on? Swordmaster Roxanne? She's like 50% crit rate. We got a growl spam. There we go, okay. That's huge. Yeah, they're at -6. So they need to crit us, otherwise we're okay here, and we'll probably heal up each turn, I would assume. Man, Treecko is so weak. Okay, 5 damage. So are we losing any HP? We know they have a berry. Eventually we're gonna... Finally. Good job, Krauser. Imagine us actually getting a crit, hooray. I think we're still faster at -2 speed. I guess I was wrong. What is this? Killing Edge Nosepass? Nosepass is low-key Lloyd from FE7. They don't have a light brand for hey, maybe we can actually bide them, right? They're at -6 attack. Okay, Bide Blast? Bide Blast? The thing is that we can't kill their last Pokemon. The Bide Blast! I thought Bide lost the election. Oh, huge Q-Nuts XP. Come on! The Constrict! The Plagas! Come on! 俺のタックルはどうだ? No! The Plagas were defeated! Ah! I just want to beat Roxanne! I picked the grass starter! Terrible streamer loses gym battle to Constrict and Astonish Lily. It's not fair. This is not representative of my skill level as an agent of the Zigzagoon City Special Defense Force, okay? This game rewards blind luck and nothing else. Very good. I can't believe we have to do this. Rock throw is fine. Can someone calc the crit rate on this thing? True Blade Nosepass. This is the saddest Roxanne fight I think anyone has ever seen. And we picked the grass starter with buffed Absorb. Sucked. First try. That was so bad.
Pocket monsters. Guess that's one less for the world to worry about.
Pocket monsters. It feels kind of bad, like, boasting about this after dying to Nosepass like 3 times. Feeling sick? If you're not playing with Binding Blade crit mechanics, which I guess would be Gen 6 and this is Gen 3, what can Nosepass actually do? Well, Nosepass itself doesn't really do anything, but the nose knows. It can point the way to a far better Pokemon, Metagross. I don't think I need to convince you that Metagross is good. I think you already know that. I have to convince you that it's worth getting to Metagross, which obviously I do think since I put in the top tier. In Vanilla Emerald, Beldum is basically a reward for finishing the game, because Steven leaves you a Beldum in his house. One of the biggest availability changes in Emerald Legacy is that you can now get Metagross as a 1% encounter in the cave where you first encounter Steven Stone himself. So you can actually get this before the second gym. Does come with some caveats though. The 1% encounter takes forever if you're doing it without artificial means. But fittingly enough for Metagross, if you have some meta knowledge, it gets a lot easier. Meta knowledge that actually involves Nosepass. So Nosepass used to be a rock smash encounter. However, it's now actually just walking around in Granite Cave, which means you can get it on your first trip. The reason why you'd want to do that is not to use Nosepass. It's because Nosepass can have Magnet Pull. If you have Nosepass, lead your team around by the nose, meaning have it in the lead with Magnet Pull. It then attracts Steel types and greatly increases your encounter rate with them. So you can either encounter Aaron, who cares, or that mythical Beldum. I said mythical on purpose because once you encounter Beldum, the true battle has only just begun. Beldum has the lowest catch rate in the series. It is tied with the mythicals, Jirachi and the like. Scrubs like Zigzagoon have a catch rate of 255. Basically guaranteed catch, super easy. Cover legendaries tend to be around the 45 mark. Pretty difficult to catch, gonna take a few attempts, probably some status. Beldum's catch rate is 3. Not 30, 3. We are talking single digit catch percentage even when Beldum is at low HP and status. And Beldum's only move is Takedown, which deals recoil, so good luck. It is a trial attempting to actually capture this thing. It's probably gonna take a few attempts. Nosepass is actually pretty good at walling Beldum because it takes almost no damage from that takedown. I would suggest that you just use a ghost type for this, but you don't have a ghost type available at the same time as Beldum. The earliest one you can get is Shedinja. It's a level 20 Evo, so it means you'd have to beat Brawly first. Once you catch Beldum, the struggle is still not over, because you have to get Beldum to Metang. It's only 10 levels, but Beldum is in the slow experience group. Beldum's only move is Takedown, but Takedown has been buffed. It is now 95 base power, 100 accuracy, which is pretty good. I'm not saying that makes Beldum good overall, but it's not as bad as it would be in vanilla. Once you get to level 20, you get Metang, who is fine. Metang can definitely contribute as just a normal member. Not amazing or anything. You gotta train up Metang for most of the game. Evolves into Metagross at level 45, which is actually the earliest of all of the pseudos. After you go through the trials and tribulations of finding this thing, catching this thing, training it through the brief dud stage, and training it through the quite lengthy mediocre stage, you get Metagross. Is it worth it? I think so. One of the very few Pokemon in the game that can just click its stab move and delete the enemy. Pretty much the only other Pokemon that can do that is Blaziken. Once you have Metagross on the field, you can ask yourself, do they resist Steel? If not, mash them. Meteor Mash even has a 20% chance to boost your attack, and if you get the boost, you no longer have to ask if they resist it. Just mash them. Great. Steel, not the greatest attacking type, of course. There's a lot of water that resists your mash, but you are super effective against those pesky boulders that block your way. Good job, Chris. I knew you were the man for the job. Show them that 130 base attack muscle. Once you get this thing, it's all clear. This thing also has clear body. Intimidate is everywhere. Very annoying for your physical attackers who then are probably going to miss 1-hit KOs or maybe need to switch out and back in. And Metagross does not need to worry about that. Doesn't care about Intimidate, doesn't care about the opponent's sand attacks or whatever, and you get to keep all of your juicy Meteor Mash boosts. Ah! Can't wait for this guy to star in the RE5 remake! Metagross is also an expert masher. Meteor Mash has actually been rebalanced a couple times throughout vanilla Pokemon history, but Chris's Meteor Mash is the best aspects that it's ever had. So it has 100 base power and it has 90 accuracy. Don't say the mash is trash. Metagross overall, a meta pick. Metagross on its own, probably the best Pokemon in the game, but of course, you don't start with Metagross. You, after much struggle, start with Beldum. You have to account for that, so I am penalizing it. But I still think it's worth the investment. A lot of people are also mentioning the 500 base power explosion. I don't really think you want to be blowing up your greatest asset, but that is an option, and Resident Evil games have a ton of explosions, so I guess we'll mention it. Crawdaunt. Corefish actually available as an Old Rod encounter near Slateport City. I think just south of it on the beach. Where do you think this thing's going? One of the Hoenn homies for sure. This Crawdaunt boil does have a bit of extra spice. Plus 10 special attack. Absolutely a Hoenn homie. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker, hooray. 55 speed is terrible, you don't actually have the defenses to take any hits. But hey, you get to use Physical Dark with 120 attack. That's a nice buff. And Crabhammer itself got buffed. Crabhammer is now better than Surf, especially against single targets. Did we just talk about Sharpedo? It's literally right here. They changed Sharpedo a little bit, got plus 10 HP. That is not gonna save it. Look at this 40 defense. 40 special defense. No, you're toast. If you get so much as tickled. However, you probably don't have to worry about that because you also got plus 10 speed, bringing you to 105, which is really nice. Especially considering you can't overlevel anymore. You have that same 120 physical attack as Crawdaunt that you can now use on your dark moves, which are physical. And I guess Crawdaunt does 5 more special attack worth of damage than you do. I'll take the almost doubled speed any day. Fire the Sharpedos! Turns out that speed is really important. Really important. Differences between these two. Crawdaunt has earlier availability. You can get Corefish with the Old Rod. Crawdaunt also hits slightly harder with water moves, because it has 5 more special attack, and it has Crabhammer, which is pretty good. However, it's actually not pretty good because it dies to everything because it's super slow. Sharpedo also dies to everything, but it actually has a good speed stat. So hey, you can actually use your incredible dual stab and good attacking stats. Hooray. Downside of Sharpedo is that it is later. You need the Good Rod to actually catch Carvanha. Good Rod you need Surf to get. But once you get it, it's way better. I don't think sharks naturally eat crayfish, right? They don't even live in the same environments. Well, pretend that isn't true for a second. Come here, Crawdaunt! Delicious. Corsola, known in Japanese as Sunny Go. A sunny disposition. Reminds me of Sunny D. This thing's about as good for your team as Sunny D is for your health. I'm not even putting it in D tier. Oh god, this thing sucks. Corsola featured in both Crystal Legacy and in this game, so it's like they added Corsola to the core set. Actually got some pretty significant bulk buffs, plus 30 HP, plus 10 defense, plus 10 special defense. Yeah, those are actually some very respectable defensive stats. On your water rock type, who gets super sucked by all of the grass types that were added to beat Swampert, but really they just beat you instead. And what are you doing in return? 65 special attack Surf or a 55 attack Rock move. And apparently gets Recover by level up, which is actually noteworthy because you can't use items at all in battle on hard mode, but being able to stay in for longer to still do nothing is, I don't really think, much of an advantage. Best thing we can say about Corsola is that it's kind of okay against Flannery because it outspeeds Camerupt and quadruples it. Now, Corsola has 35 speed, which is atrocious, but you can see here that Camerupt's speed got nerfed by 10, which allows Corsola to outspeed it and take it out with surgical precision. I don't know if that shows how good Corsola is, or how dire things are for Camerupt. Sunny Go. Hey, can we get players to Sunny Go to the box and deposit Corsola? It's awful. Swallet! Like you, I'm an American, and that means I love big gulps. They don't sell big gulps here in Japan. No thanks. Both Gulpin and Swalot got a bit of a bulk buff, plus 15 to HP for both of them. Problem wasn't really bulk, the problem was doing anything in return to the opponent. 55 base speed is abominable, 73 attack with mono poison typing, yikes. 73 special attack. She got a pretty good TM move pool, I think like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam? Why would you ever put those on Swalot? What a waste. Toxic waste. I would describe this thing as a biohazard, the first that we've encountered so far. Hopefully Biohazard 2 will be better. You know, back in the day, sequels used to come out a lot faster, so let's actually talk about Biohazard 2 Wheezing. Wheezing got a 10 HP buff, which is nice. 90 attack, but you're mono poison. 120 defense and levitate, actually really good. This thing is very good at staying alive, no problem. 60 speed is atrocious. 85 special attack is actually kind of okay, with actually a very reasonable special move pool. I think it's like Fire Blast and Thunderbolt. 70 special defense is okay. Wheezing is actually kind of fine. Here's the issue. D-O-G-A-R-S. Ogas! Level 35 Evo to Wheezing? No thanks. I think I can say that Biohazard 2 is better than Biohazard 1. Biohazard 2 actually does have later availability. It's on Fiery Path, whereas you can play Biohazard 1 just south of Mauville, but I'd rather not play either of these games. Way too much of an investment. Maybe Biohazard 3 will be better. Man, they just keep making Biohazard games. Here's Biohazard 3, already available to play. Grimer did get a buff. The developers of the Biohazard franchise are really running out of ideas. Scraping the bottom of the toxic barrel here. Trying to draw new customers in with 25 extra special defense.
Your magic ends here.
How are you gonna dispose of this waste? Muck actually has some pretty reasonable stats. 105 HP, 105 attack. Sure, but remember that's with mono poison stab, which is worthless. 75 defense is okay. 65 special attack is absolute garbage, so forget about trying to use any of those funky TMs like Thunder on this thing. 100 special defense is good. And 50 speed is atrocious. Like with Wheezing, the stats aren't really the issue, although I'm not a huge fan of defensive spreads. Grimer! Until level 38. You first encounter this thing in Fiery Path. No thanks. I'd bet on a different Pokemon. Biohazard 3, also a disappointment. I guess you could say that these slow, defensive mono poison types are my nemesis. I don't want to use any of these. I will say that Biohazard 2 was the best. I might be kind of biased, though. Oh, I never explained this, but Biohazard is the Japanese name of Resident Evil. That's why I kept calling them Biohazards. You know what? Biohazard 2 is a classic. They just remade it. Let's look at it from a different fixed camera angle. Oh. It's actually higher than I thought in placement. As for Biohazard 1 and Biohazard 3, they should be happy that they're not among the loamiest. Rapidash! This is actually the first Pokemon we're talking about that is French vanilla. This was not in Emerald at all, but the developers, big My Little Pony fans, just had to insert their twisted fetishes into the game. I should be clear that's a joke. But they added this as an additional fire-type option. Did you know that according to a recent Gallup poll, most viewers agree that Rapidash should actually be renamed to Rapid Ass? And barring that, they should at least buff its speed to 130, maybe 115. Oh hey, that's exactly what they did. Who said that democracy is a failed experiment? If enough people clamor for long enough, you can get plus 10 speed on a Pokemon named Rapidash. Ponyta also gets plus 10 speed, making it very, very fast for a first stage Pokemon. Ponyta, for a not fully evolved Pokemon, actually has pretty good stats. Like, wow, 85 attack, 100 base speed. For an unevolved Pokemon, that's actually really good. 65 special attack, that's not good, considering that you are a mono fire type. Rapidash's base 80 special attack is more acceptable, but still not great. You're not stuck with Ponyta for that long, right? How long do you have to train your pony for? $40 levels for this.
No thanks, bro.
Does Devancore produce glue products? $2 microtransaction from Metagrave, who has a My Little Pony profile pic. As an MLP fan, Twilight Sparkle here is high D. Hey, I was even more generous. Nicest thing I can say about the Ponyta line is that this is a special breed that they've attempted to make a kicking fiend, which is pretty cool. It now gets double kick as a level up move, and more notably, high jump kick. High jump kick now being 120 base power and 90 accuracy. Main things that hold this back are that fire is just not very good in this game because there's so much water. After some further deliberation and $5, it is a fast fire type that can make use of the busted overheat TM. We'll move it up a little bit. Roaming these C-tier pastures. And 120 base power high jump kick is really cool, even if it doesn't really make that much sense. Jump kick is actually like a jumping kick, like a kung fu movie. High jump kick, Tobi Hizageri, is the falcon knee. It's flying knee kick. But I think there are some sprites of Rapidash mid-jump, so it's basically tackling you as it's jumping at you, which is pretty funny to think about. I think you could actually make this thing evolve at level 30. It'd probably be a B tier at that point. That'd be nice. 40 is just too late. What does pony show mean? I think that is like a term, right? A dog and pony. Wow, okay. I'm learning in real time here. Apparently there's something called a dog and a pony show, which is described as an ostentatious promotion. Ostentatious meaning like very flamboyant and show-offy. Well, there was the pony, and here's the dog part of the show. It's Manectric, the main event. I didn't manipulate this placement, by the way. It just worked out this way. Manectric I generally find really disappointing. Only needs to be level 26 to evolve from Electrike into Manectric. Offensive stats are fine. 75 attack is a little underwhelming, but it's a special attacker, right? 105 special attack, 105 speed. Sure. Although it didn't get any stat buffs, it did get some learn set buffs. It now gets Natural Thunderbolt, level 36, and it gets Crunch at 40. You probably want to be using your special attack and not your physical attack, so you could give it Shadow Ball instead of Crunch, so it's yet another Pokemon clamoring for that Shadow Ball TM. Leveling rate slow, what? Why? I don't think this dog has the pedigree I'm looking for. Ugh. Let's put on a dog and pony show. Slow EXP group is killer. Manectric in the modern games, modern meaning Gen 4 onwards, actually starts to get some fire coverage. You do actually get a pretty fast and powerful Thunderbolt, 105 special attack, 105 speed, but that's all you can do, and attached to the slow EXP group, that's rough, buddy. Life is Rough, starring Kyle Massey. Minun and Plusle, I think people normally say Plusle and Minun. Plusle and Minun, fittingly enough, have been min-maxed. They are the plus and minus Pokemon. Minun we're gonna rank first, because this is a huge point of disagreement with the playtester tier list. Minun has been rebalanced to lean into its bulk, so it's got plus 10 HP, plus 30 defense!
Break yourselves upon my body!
Minus 10 speed, although 85 is probably still fast enough. Minus 10 special attack, ugh. And plus 10 special defense!
The magic ends here.
The playtesters would argue they went too far with Minun. They buffed it too much. I would agree, they went too far with Minun. They nerfed it too much. So you had a Pokemon that had incredibly unimpressive offense, and then you went ahead and made it useless on offense and just made it vaguely okay at defense. The most this thing can do is mildly annoy your opponent. You can Thunder Wave them. I think your opponent would take more damage touching a metal door handle on a chilly day. Pure Electric is an okay type. Pretty much the only thing that Minun does is utility stuff. To me, utility stuff is basically worthless, so I don't think this thing is good at all. If you think that utility is worthwhile, then consider using Minun. Minun and Plusle, part of the same battery though. What Minun lost, Plusle gained. Are you ready? I think Plusle's really good. So Plusle got a bunch of buffs. Plus 20 attack, who cares? Plus 10 speed, 105. Plus 10 special attack, 95. Minus 10 special defense. I actually don't know what to do. I don't think I've ever been in this situation. Your magic will save you? Looking at these stats, it's basically Raichu, right? It's Raichu, except you get it way earlier and you don't have to Thunderstone it. In addition to the stat buffs, it also got a major learn set buff. I think it gets Thunderbolt in the mid-20s now, which is huge. Level 28 natural Thunderbolt, and also extreme speed for some reason. Good thing you got plus 20 attack. This thing has almost no coverage. The only thing you're gonna be doing is Thunderbolting things, but 95 base special attack, natural Thunderbolt from level 28 for no investment. That's pretty good. And later on, the Pika clones have reclaimed what should have been for all electric types. They actually get Volt Tackle. So you do have Volt Tackle as an option later, however, you are made of paper. Your HP stat is terrible, so Volt Tackle is eventually going to kill you. But the recoil chipping you doesn't matter that much because, let's be honest, you were probably gonna die anyway. Ore no Volt Tackle wa dou da? How'd you like my Volt Tackle? The only thing this thing can do is use electric attacks, but a huge portion of this game is water, and unlike a good portion of enemy water types not being weak to grass, almost all of them are weak or even quadruple weak to electric. The only one that's not is like Whiscash, and you face like 2 in the whole game. You'll be okay. I wouldn't consider that a negative for Plusle. I would say that in this round of Pika clones, Minun was the failure where they put all the crap stuff and they just put all of the goodness into Plusle. We may as well talk about the original host body, the Pikachu line, right? So Pikachu is actually in the Safari Zone, getting pretty late. You need to use the Thunderstone on it, and you get Raichu, who is okay. However, it is extremely late, so I'm just gonna put it here. Raichu itself is fine. It's basically Plusle, except way, way later. So that's why there's a huge discrepancy here. And no, it doesn't get any cool stuff like Surf. If it did, I'd probably move it higher. Here's Gen 3 Raichu's stats. You have 20 more attack compared to Plusle, but 90 base attack, non-stat brick breaks. That's not going to be doing too much, especially because most of the things you're going to be brick breaking are going to be rock or steel types, right? They're not going to care about this. And you are actually weaker and slower than Plusle on special. I believe Raichu is buffed in this from the previous Legacy games. Pikachu got plus 10 in defenses, and Raichu got nothing, so goodbye.
You have failed me, intern. It is you who should suffer. Be content that your death is a quick one.
I cast Dismember. Cost 0 if an intern deceived you this stream. Strip target intern of their channel membership. Then they die. Horribly. Let this one's gruesome fate serve as a warning to the rest of you. Plus 10 defense and special defense on Pikachu, but nothing for Raichu. Scream for help! Maybe Minun will helping hand you from the bench. Congratulations, Plusle, you're on the team. Minun and Raichu, cheerleading from the bench. We've still got a fair bit to go, but we have 5 hours remaining. We can do it. Blossom and Vileplume both have seen some minor buffs to their stats. Blossom now has plus 15 HP, plus 10 defense, and plus 10 special defense. So those are actually very, very solid defensive stats. In terms of offense, you've got 80 attack, which is strangely high. 50 speed is abominable. 90 special attack is perfectly fine. Vileplume only got plus 15 HP. Kinda stingy. And it has 10 more special attack. Unbuffed. Blossom has slightly better defensive stat profile. However, it is a pure grass type, whereas Vileplume is a grass poison type. They both evolve from Gloom. You need the Sunstone for Blossom, which you can get in Meteor Falls. And that's earlier than you can get the Leaf Stone. You need Surf to get the Leaf Stone. And you can get the Sunstone before even Flannery, I think. Here's a comment. His buff special bulk is really good for what it's worth. What's it worth? Basically nothing. Pure grass. Cool. The only thing this thing can do is Sunny Day Chlorophyll Sunny Beam. Is that good? No. It's not. You can't do anything without spending a turn to set up Sun. And that includes 4 trash trainers. Incredible waste of time. No thanks. Pure Grass is horrible on defense, so you don't quite die to everything because your defenses are actually quite good, but you take a bunch of damage from everything, and you're super slow without Sunny Day. Vileplume is basically the same, except you get a later Evo, which is bad, but you have a better type, which is good. But that better type is Grass Poison, which is still bad, so I'm just gonna put them together. I am not impressed by either of these whatsoever. Shouldn't be a shock to anyone. They have reasonably accurate sleep moves. To me, that's pointless, so I don't care. Requiring setup turns to be able to do anything is bad. For the credit that I give setup, you have to be good without it, and setup just gives you an extra push for important battles. Needing to Sunny Day every single battle to do anything, that anything being mono grass or grass and poison attacks, I am not impressed. No thanks. If you don't want a Sunny Day and you just want to attempt to attack immediately, not recommended. They do both get the newly buffed Petal Dance. Petal Dance is now 100 base power, which is actually pretty good. And you get to play a minigame each time, which some people are not a fan of, but always puts a smile on my face. Born in a world of strife! Against the odds, we choose to fight! Blossom Dance! D tier. And if you want to do the Blossom Dance, just use Ludicolo. Apparently it gets Petal Dance at level 26 for some reason. Since we're already doing some gardening, we may as well stop and smell the roses. It's Roselia. Enormous buffs. Roserade is not in the game, but they sort of split the difference between Roselia and Roserade. Roselia's got plus 5 HP, plus 5 attack, plus 5 defense. None of those really mean anything. Plus 10 speed, sure. Plus 15 special attack, bring it to 115. And plus 15 special defense, bring it to 95. For a single stage Pokemon that you can just pick up for no cost near Mauville, this is pretty crazy. No investment for 115 special attack. Wow. Too bad it's a grass poison type. I wish this thing had a real type, because it's got real stats. All you can do is grass and poison moves, which are very bad. Great stats. Unfortunately, terrible type. Worthless stab, and it can do all of the grass shenanigans that people love to overrate. Every rose has its thorns. And these thorns have a 30% chance to poison you when you make contact. They did buff Grass Whistle? Grass Whistle used to be 55 base accuracy. I think it's comparable to Sleep Powder now. But is there any reason this thing couldn't just use Sleep Powder? Is that really an advantage? I guess you play around in prison, whoa! Should you add a Roselia to your party bouquet?
No thanks, bro.
Zelia. Roselia. Okay, next. Man in the trench coat, it's Mr. X! Why do electric types get so much love for beating water types, but grass types don't? The answer to that is because grass types don't beat them. There's a ton of water poison types, tentacles everywhere, Pelipper's everywhere, and against non-water types, grass is even worse, so that's why. Glalie! Special shoutouts to this commenter under one of the Emerald Legacy Rebalance videos, who said regarding Glalie, "Can't wait for imported cheese to say, why did you bother?" And, well, now it's viable, concerning the minor tweaks and +5 to all of Glalie's stats. Snorunt and Glalie have both been given some buffs. Snorunt gets a flat +10 to everything. Pretty big overall buffs, although not really significant in any of the categories. And Glalie gets +5 to everything. Wow, +30 base stats evenly distributed, making it a jack of all trades, master of none. Well, now it's viable. Did you think I was kidding? No, now it's viable. I'm serious. But not because of the stat changes. Snorunt and Glalie themselves are still pretty bad. However, the major change they made is regarding availability. There is now a trade for Snorunt that you can do in Mauville City. You have to trade away a Whismur, no great loss, and you get a Snorunt, which is not really a great gain. But this particular Snorunt they give you, Nippy, is actually quite good. It always has a plus speed nature, which really helps. And of course, because it's a trade Pokemon, it gets boosted experience, which is really important. Although Snorunt itself still kinda sucks. It does suck significantly less, because you do get 50% more XP. One of the main advantages of being a trade Pokemon is getting more out of the resources experience you put into it. Unfortunately, because of level caps, you can't do the main thing that trade Pokemon do, which would be overlevel and crush your opponent. You are still hampered by the level cap, but it's less investment, 50% less because of the trade boost. Glalie evolution has also been made significantly earlier. Glalie used to be level 42, which is unacceptable, and it's now level 36, which is still bad, but it is 6 levels better. Another big buff for Glalie is that it's no longer focused. So you can flinch it, oh no, and in exchange you get Levitate, which is one of the best abilities in the game, so I'll definitely take that trade. Glalie being a pure ice type is still for the most part bad, but if you are gonna have only one stab type, it may as well be ice. Ice is a very good offensive type. Gets Crunch through level up now, although this thing is pretty menacing. It's not actually a dark type, so it's not stab crunch, but it is an option to attack with, and dark being physical doesn't really change that much because your attacking stats were the same anyway. I wouldn't say this thing is good, I'm not recommending that you use this, but it is usable, which is a very big upgrade from baseline Snorunt, which was hot garbage despite being an ice type. I think the last time we talked about Glalie, we also talked about Mega Mechanics. Guys, Megas are back. I thought they wanted to keep the original feel of the game. Thank you, Prometheus, for the Part 2 Christmas gift. Very generous. I guess it is explicitly not for Glalie. Before you get Ice Beam, Snorunt actually has been practicing with some weaponry. It can now wield spears. Icicle Spear, which has also been buffed, so decent holdover move. Were the buffs to the Glalie line effective? I'd say that they accomplished their of making it usable. I think them scoring a goal is actually bad because Glalie is supposed to be the goalie. Well, I meant it as a compliment. Yeah, I could have gone for a little longer. I did take a deep breath, but I do have a neighbor. That's probably strange enough already. Volbeat and Illumise. Volbeat it, chick. I guess Volbeat is male. Illumise. Main villains of Resident Evil 4, Los Illuminados. Illumise. I knew she was the bad guy. Oh! They actually overhauled both of their stats. So overhauled is maybe being a bit generous. Volbeat buffs, plus 5 HP, plus 15 attack, plus 40 special attack, bringing it to 87. Minus 10 special defense. Illumise, plus 15 HP, plus 26 attack, bringing it to 73. Plus 20 defense, minus 26 special attack. Probably not going to affect you that much. Plus 15 special defense. Okay. So in terms of stats, they're really not that bad. In particular, Volbeat. However, these two are pure bug types. Horrible. There's basically nothing they can actually do to damage enemies. Volbeat, I think it's like Shockwave. And level 19 Tail Glow. You want to say that this thing had a glow up? Sure. Volbeat's definitely the better one. I say as I put it at the bottom of T. Pure Bug is atrocious. And Illumise is actually worthless. Mediocre bulk stats with a horrendous typing and worthless support moves. Volbeat actually does have like a twinkle of potential. But look where Roselia ended up with way better stats. And a terrible type. Volbeat has worse stats and an even worse type. No other Mon can boost plus 2 special attack. You could look at it that way. You could also say, no other good Mon has to boost plus 2 special attack to do anything. I also just really hate these designs. They're so unsettling. They're the same uncanny, disturbing vibes as Thomas the Tank Engine, but like superimposed on bugs. It like really gives me the creeps. It's kind of like they're humans dressed up as Pokemon. Ugh. Illumise, I think, is actually just hopeless. Volbeat maybe could have been good with secondary electric type and natural electric moves, but that's well beyond the scope of Emerald Legacy, so... For base Volbeat, I think they did about as much as they could. Why would you use either of these? Volbeat's me. Sandslash has been given significantly better availability. You used to have to pick the desert region if you wanted to use this thing. And I already picked Fremenic, Mauritania, Karen, so I would have been locked out. But you can now get it on the way to Verdant Turf Town. It's a pure ground type, early Evo into Sandslash, who has okay attack, and ground is a good type. Sure. Pretty good physical stats. You know, 75 HP, 100 attack, 110 defense. 65 speed is on the low side. Not hopeless, but far from good. Now gets level 20 dig. Where's Earthquake? Level 33 natural Earthquake. Hey, that's pretty good. That's a real attack. He tunneled forward. That's what happens if you don't attack him for 30 seconds. Perfectly fine, just a little unexciting. We can also mention here, Japanese name Sandopan. Sando meaning sandwich, pan meaning bread. So, sandwich bread. Now normally you don't want sand in your sandwich, but you do actually want to use Sandslash in sand. Sandstorm has been changed, so it now gives rock types the 50% special defense boost that they would enjoy Gen 4 onwards. Of course, Sandslash is not a rock type, but I mention this because they also updated Sand Veil. Sand Veil now does 3 things. Raises your evasion in Sandstorm. If you're not a ground, rock, or steel type, Sand Veil grants you immunity to Sandstorm damage. This only applies to Cacturne. And if you are not a rock type, which Sandslash is not, you also get the special defense boost from Sandstorm. So pretty big benefits for making a Sandy Sandopan. Is it worth it? No, but it was a buff. Sableye! Sableye had a very specific niche in Vanilla Emerald. You could catch Sableye in Dark Cave, and then Brawley, who was one of the stronger gym leaders, literally could not touch you. However, Sableye has been moved later. It's still in Granite Cave. However, you now need Rock Smash to get it, so it traded places with Nosepass. You can no longer use Sableye in its most useful role. What did they give it to compensate? Well, we're looking at some pretty significant bulk buffs here. Plus 20 HP, plus 20 defense, minus 10 speed, so doesn't literally have the stall ability, but good luck going first. And plus 30 special defense, okay. 75 attack and 65 special attack. Oh, this thing has literally no weaknesses! How do you kill it? With a decently strong neutral move, because it turns out that no weaknesses isn't quite as important as few weaknesses and good resistances, and this thing does not have good resistances. Cool type. Super duper slow, very unimpressive offenses. Although it does have dual stab, Ghost and Dark as a stab combo actually pair very badly because they basically hit the exact same things. So it's sort of as if you only have one stab type. Not that your attacks were doing anything anyway. It's probably better than Vanilla Sableye once you can actually get it. However, because of the change in its availability, you now get it after the point where it would be the most useful. You know, I saw Sable at the grocery store the other day. I didn't buy it. Donphan! Remember all those things we said about Sandslash? Pretend we said most of them again for Donphan. Phanpy used to be Safari Zone, which was pretty late, but you can now get it far, far earlier in the lead up to Fiery Path. Only level 25 to get to Donphan, and Donphan's stats are awesome. 90 HP, 120 attack, 120 defense. Wow, 50 speed's bad. Effectively the same speed as Sandslash, that speed being too slow, but with much better punch behind its attacks. Control F Donphan. Where's the Earthquake? Level 15 Magnitude. Where's Earthquake? Ooh. Level 40 Earthquake versus 33 on Sandslash. I'm still sold on this thing. Really, really good physical stats. Big selling point of Donphan and Sandslash over someone like Golem who has dual stab is Golem, of course, dies to bubble. But Sandslash, and particularly Donphan has a ton of HP, they die to Bubble Beam, which is a big upgrade. Directly comparing Donphan and Sandslash, Sandslash's main advantage is that it gets Earthquake earlier, but Donphan does also get Earthquake. Donphan has better overall stats. Donphan's only ability is Sturdy. And this is not Gen 5 plus Sturdy, so Sturdy negates one-hit KO moves, which means that it just does nothing. So Donphan doesn't have an ability. And Sandslash has Sand Veil, which gives it all those juicy bonuses we just discussed in Sandstorm. However, there isn't going to be a Sandstorm, so really Sandslash also has no ability. You can call me a Donphan! Medicham! Medicham has been given some nice direct and indirect buffs. In terms of indirect buffs, fighting moves being rebalanced means that it's going to be kicking a lot harder. And in terms of direct buffs, Meditite has been given plus 20 special attack, and Medicham has been given plus 30 special attack, bringing it to 90 special attack, which, hey, that's actually pretty reasonable. I actually don't know if I would consider this a Hoenn homie, because while it certainly is a mixed attacker now, it's actually not that slow, and, well, it's definitely not bulky. I do think that pure power is overrated and underhated for playthroughs because pure power doubling your total attack stat really depends on EV training and IV, since those are also doubled, in order to get full, like, mind-blowing power out of it, but it's still really good. Overrated doesn't mean bad. Really, really, really strong fighting attacks even without EV training. Probably good enough psychic attacks. I'd probably put this higher, Major downside, I would say, is... Look at this. Level 37 Medicham Evo, unless they change this. Which they did! And hey, level 33 means that you reach Medicham just in time to kick your dad. It's as if they planned that. It's good! A-tier endorsement. But you do have to watch out for the 10% mischance of high jump kick, because pretty good chance that several points during the playthrough you're gonna wreck yourself. And the crash recoil combined with the fact that you didn't hit your opponent, meaning they're probably gonna hit you and your defenses are terrible. Every miss probably means that you're gonna die, which is pretty annoying. There's also some enemies that use protect and detect, especially in doubles, and if you try and jump kick one of them, you always crash. Torchic! Remember when I said that most of the fire types in this game suck? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. I got you a Torchic, I hope you like it. In terms of stat buffs, they gave it plus 10 special attack, 95 special attack, that's not bad. 70 HP, it's fine, 85 attack, I don't know what you're using that for. Wow, 140 defense, that's really good. 20 speed is atrocious, 70 special defense is okay. I mean, I don't really know what you expect from a turtle. Yeah, it's obviously going to be extremely slow. Extremely slow, mono fire, in a region with too much water. Sometimes Game Freak is actually kind of careful with their balancing. When they decided to give plebeian non-god Pokemon the weather abilities, they decided to give Drought the sun ability to Ninetales and Torchic. So if you want to have a Drought setter, you basically have to play 5v6 because these Pokemon may as well not exist. Anything nice I can say about Torchic? Well, if you use the Blast Furnace, you only have to catch half as many to get your smithing XP. Magcargo. One of the worst Pokemon in the entire series. Are you ready? SlugMa. I don't know how you made it to B tier, but I swear I'll explain why, I guess. This is not a joke. This is not rage bait. I'm serious. Let's take a look at why. SlugMa and Magcargo, of course, an active detriment to your team on a normal playthrough. Now, they did say that their goal was to preserve the vanilla experience, but I think they maybe spilled a little bit too much seasoning because look at this. 2 SlugMa, plus 10 HP, plus 30 attack, plus 20 defense, plus 20 special defense, plus 80! Plus 80! And when it goes to Magcargo, the gains are a little bit less modest, but not by much. Plus 10 HP, plus 30 attack, plus 10 defense, plus 10 special attack, plus 10 special defense. Plus 70 BST. This is basically an evolution. And you know what? That still wouldn't be enough. So they gave it more. It used to have an unacceptably late evolution of 38. They went ahead and subtracted 11. So it now evolves at level 27. You find this thing at like level 22. And you know what? That still wouldn't be enough. So they kept going. They're still not done buffing this thing. It is now the only Pokemon that has the aptitude to equip the Magma Armor, which, as you can see, increases egg hatching speed. Cool. Oh, it also resists water by 8x! Guys, Magcargo is finally good! You can finally put it on your team! All you had to do was give it plus 70 BST, reduce its evolution by 11 levels, and instead of giving it a crippling weakness to the most common type in the entire franchise, instead you resist it. That's an octuple resistance. Magcargo's good, guys!
What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone.
I might have gone on a bit of a trip there. Must have been playing Brawl. Now let me be clear. I'm not saying this thing is good. This is not a recommendation to put Magcargo on your team. I'm just super excited that you can now do that and not be throwing the game. The way that Magma Armor functions with the AI also really works to Magcargo's benefit. Because it's an ability and your matchup against water hasn't technically changed, Magcargo has a taunt effect. I don't mean taunt in the Pokemon sense of forcing the enemy to use attacking moves. I mean taunt in the MMO tank sense, where the enemy is basically guaranteed to attack you with water moves if they have them, because they see that, oh, it does quadruple, I gotta use a water attack, and it still plays the super effective noise. However, it ends up doing 1/8 of the damage they expect. Magcargo also does sort of have a meta taunt effect, because you are disrespecting your opponent by putting Magcargo on your team. Hexmaniac Sylvia! I thought Sylveon was Gen 6. Medicham. We could get kicked. That would be really bad. Hope for Body Slam Para? That's fine. That did a lot considering it was at full health. Body Slam Para? Perfect. See ya. Now these are tactics. What you do? It horrifies me. She saw our roster. I'd be horrified too. Now I'm not gonna put this any higher. To be honest, this is probably still too high. But it does have a really good stab combo. And when you can suddenly switch into the most common type in the game without worrying about it, in fact, you want to do it, that is a massive buff. If Magcargo didn't get all 3 of the very undeserved buffs that it got, it would be trash. It would be D at most. But because it has all 3 of massive BST, earlier evolution, and incredibly useful ability, we can finally say that it's almost average. Maybe SLUGMA males had this power all along, and it's only now that they reveal how hot they are. So hot that they take 1/8 damage from water. Fun thing you can do is, because Magma Armor slashes the amount of damage you take from water to 1/8, independent of Magcargo's typing, you can skill swap it onto something like Ludicolo, who already quad resists water, and get a 32x water resistance, which it doesn't really do anything, but it's cool. Sneasel! Our second French vanilla edition. Sneasel is nowhere in the vanilla version of Emerald, but Sneasel was added for a bit more spice, or rather, ice. You can now find Sneasel right outside of Fall Arbor Town, and it has the same buff that it received in Crystal Legacy, which is just plus 35 to special attack. Dark is now physical, so you can use your 95 attack with Dark, and 70 special attack makes your Ice Stab less bad. Now I remember the Gyarados from RE4 being pretty formidable opponents. As for Sneasel, it's okay. Definitely a glass cannon, although it might be more accurate to say like a glass pistol. Explodes if it ever gets hit. Relies on outspeeding and knocking the opponent out. Outspeeding you can definitely do. Knocking the opponent out? Maybe not. If you want to try and use its ice moves, you should definitely do something we didn't discuss with Glalie because we forgot. And that is to maybe actually use Hail. I don't know what the hell they were thinking with Gen 3 Hail, because it basically did nothing. All it did was chip non-ice types. Great. Hail has been reworked to basically be snow. It now gives you a defense buff if you're an ice type, so Sneasel might actually take a hit. It's definitely going to be able to set up Hail ahead of its opponent attacking it. And Blizzard now has its super accuracy where it won't miss in Hail. It didn't even have that in Gen 3. Gen 3 Hail is laughably bad. Does Sneasel even learn Hail? Maybe I should have checked the forecast. You can get the Hail TM in Shoal Cave, give that to Sneasel, and Sneasel is an okay Hail setter because it's really fast, and then it can use that defense buff to maybe survive the incoming hit. Without physical Ice Stab and without the Weavile evolution available, this thing's never going to be great, but at the very least it's nothing to Sneasel at. Hachoo! Next. Skarmory, the Air Armor. I don't think it received any changes. I think it's just vanilla Skarmory. I don't really value defensive utility, but if you're gonna be defensive, you may as well be invincible. And Skarmory's offensive parameters are really not that bad. This ain't no Nosepass. 80 attack, 70 speed. Not amazing, but perfectly fine. You can bully any physical Pokemon. They can't touch you. I mean, they can literally touch you, but it's not gonna do anything. If the enemy doesn't have Thunderbolt or Flamethrower, you'll probably win a War of Attrition. You obviously win against any physical attacker. And against any physical attacker, the hit trade deals you offer are always gonna be in your favor.
Break yourselves upon my body.
Spinda! Hopefully not too much controversy here. An intentional joke Pokemon that is supposed to be extremely bad. Pure normal type with 60 in every single base stat, which is worthless. But if you add up 60 for the 6 stats, you get 360, which lets you spin in a circle. Worst Pokemon in the game. Anything else to say about Spinda? It is exactly half as good as Arceus, so the difference between worst Pokemon in the game and literal god is just doubling Spinda's stats. You heard it here first, folks. A double battle with 2 Spindas, that's basically like using Arceus. Seviper. I don't think they buffed its stats at all. What region is Seviper from? 100 attack, 100 special, 65 speed. It's a slow, bulky, mixed attacker. Pure poison. I hope I don't get sorted into Slytherin. I don't want to be classmates with this guy. It's got a pretty cool move pool. Gets Flamethrower. I think they buffed Poison Tail. I think Poison Tail is now 80 base power. And it has access to Poison Fang, which is kind of cool. Because Poison Fang, I think it's only 60 base power, but it's actually a damaging move that has the chance to inflict toxic poison, not just regular poison. However, one of the issues with these poison moves that have secondary poison is that, why are you attacking your enemy? Because you want to kill them, right? So you're hoping to not have to attack them that many times. However, poison damage becomes more valuable the longer the battle goes on, right? So there's kind of some anti-synergy here, because hopefully you're hitting them hard enough that the poison damage doesn't really do anything, but then what's the point of using these lackluster poison type moves if not to poison them? All of this on top of the fact that poison sucks on offense anyway. Can't wait to play as the brand new Final Fantasy XIV class, the Seviper. I'm sure everyone will re-roll. Oh. Seviper apparently has a rivalry with Zangoose, but it's definitely a one-sided grudge. Zangoose is just humoring Seviper because just like in real life with Mongoose versus snakes, the Mongoose just wins. It's not really a fight. Zangoose, great name. So Zan comes from one of the readings of this Japanese character, which you've definitely seen before because it's the character for when Shulk uses Buster! Just means to slice, sever, although not quite Seviper. Hey, how should we translate Zan for English audiences? I don't know, man, they're gonna buy it anyway. Just leave it as Zan, ship it. You may not like it, but this is what peak normal type performance looks like. 115 attack, 90 speed. Awesome. Too bad it's a normal type. Really strong, fast enough stab normal moves. For no investment. That's pretty good. This thing used to get extremely early Swords Dance, as in like level 15 or something bonkers, but they went ahead and nerfed it, by moving Swords Dance way later to basically the Elite Four. Guess your Swords Dancing days are over. But then they decided that they actually nerfed it too much, and they moved Swords Dance back earlier to level 30. Guess your Swords Dancing days are back? Maybe I should have thought about this one. All of these meticulous dance steps being manipulated by the developers, for my purposes, basically irrelevant because I wasn't going to use Swords Dance anyway. This thing is 115 base attack. Just attack them. Zangoose, despite being a normal type, literally crushing it because I think they also buffed Crush Claw. Now has pretty reasonable base power and I think a 50% chance to drop defense, although I'd rather just use Return and kill them with the first attack. The Zangoose is loose. The bottom of A. It's pretty good. Too bad it's a normal type. Swablu into Altaria. No stat changes. However, I believe Altaria now gets Sky Attack, which again has been reworked to be Flying type Hydro Pump. Here's Swablu's stats. Normal flying. Absolutely worthless. What level do you get, Altaria? Level 35. That's not that crazy considering you catch it, I think, in the low 20s. 35 levels for this. 70 attack, 70 special attack. Good defenses, but who cares? Highest stat, 105 special defense, who cares? What's the forecast? Cloudy. No chance of viability. Gets a pretty deep special move pool, 70 special attack, no thanks. To have any hope of doing anything useful with this, you would have to Dragon Dance, right? It does get Dragon Dance. Remember that Dragon in this generation is special. Oof. Requires moderate investment for, I'm gonna say, minimum return. This was back in the days where Dragon was really reserved for special super powerful Pokemon. So if they're gonna give you a scrub peasant dragon for the common man, this is what you're getting. You'd think that in a region where weather plays such an important role in the story, a Pokemon literally based on a cloud might be relevant, but no. Maybe you could power this up or have some sort of special interaction at the Weather Institute or something. That might be going a bit too far, but I gotta take this.
Sunny day to you, Mr. KecLeon. Who is this? How did you get this cross-transceiver channel? I can help you, Mr. KecLeon. Who asked? Look, if this is some sort of battle pyramid scheme, you can save your breath. You wish your highest stat wasn't special defense. Huh. Special defense is the best stat. That's why Ledian is a top-tier threat. You're worried that shirt makes you look a bit too much like Snorlax. What? I was visiting Unova. I am just bulking. You wish that Professor Juniper would call you about something more personal. How did you know that? I can make the pain go away, Mr. KecLeon. All of it. The Weather Institute, Route 119. I'll be waiting.
Well, something's waiting for us at the Weather Institute, but I'm not sure it has to do with Altaria. Mawile! If this was Vanilla Emerald, this would be no question Hoenn's Lomiest. But Mawile has been given some pretty significant buffs. Mawile has been given plus 20 HP, plus 20 attack, probably the biggest buff on here, and plus 20 defense. So these physical stats actually look pretty good. 50 speed does not look good. 55 special defense also does not look good when you're going to be getting hit every turn because you have 50 speed. Steel, really, really good type. Intimidate, really, really good ability. This ain't among the loamiest. It's probably better than Sableye. At least you get Intimidate, and you can catch the thing in Meteor Falls. Big question from a while, what are you actually doing to your opponents? Steel is not a very impressive attacking type, even with your now buffed 105 attack. You can crunch them with Physical Dark now. That's okay. but you've got way better options. Don't accuse Mawile of being a low-skill player, even though it is a masher. It does now get Meteor Mash at level 45. That's actually even earlier than Metagross. I think I'd still rather use Metagross. Solrock and Lunatone, both available in Meteor Falls. They've both been given some adjustments to try and make their off-attacking stat slightly less worthless. Lunatone here given plus 20 in HP, sure. Plus 10 in attack, giving you 65 attack, wow. Solrock got plus 20 in speed, that's probably more significant than plus 20 in HP. 90 speed is actually fine, probably fast enough for most things. And plus 10 in special attack, which basically does nothing. Both being dual rock psychic types with levitate, they're sort of a victim of the pre-physical special split, as are many Pokemon in Hoenn, because one of their stab types is physical and the other stab type is special. One of them is gonna be underwhelming. You just get to choose which one. Solrock actually having a decent speed stat and decent attack with Stab Rock and Levitate? That's better than what a lot of Pokemon offer. Maybe bottom of B? For basically no investment. Sure. Lots of Earthquake later in the game, so having Levitate is very nice. Also means that you can Earthquake with your partner. Lunatone is far better. I think that the playtesters put this thing in like S because they love Baton Pass, and this thing can Baton Pass Calm Minds. I don't care about that at all, but it is an okay psychic type. It's basically Grumpig, but for less work. Why would you ever use this thing over Gardevoir or Alakazam? Well, because you have to kind of work to get these, and Lunatone's free. Most noteworthy thing about Lunatone is that it can actually learn Ice Beam, which is something that these psychics cannot. However, Lunatone has worse stats. And are you really going to use Ice Beam on Lunatone? Ice Beam is a very valuable TM. Ludicolo wants it more and makes better use of it. Kingdra does as well. So does Swampert. So does Sharpedo. You can buy Ice Beam, you can buy all of the elemental TMs from the game corner, and there isn't really that much else to spend your money on. Repels, the main thing you would buy, are a lot cheaper, but you probably don't have money for too many of them, even if you're using the Amulet Coin. You could maybe buy one, maybe two. And there's more than 2 candidates ahead of Lunatone who want one. But it is an option. And Lunatone being specially inclined and able to access Calm Mind is another positive for it over Solrock. Overall, I'd probably say that Solrock and Lunatone are about as good as Pokemon Sun and Moon. Okay. Salamence! Your other pseudo option aside from Metagross. No stat changes to any members of the Salamence line, but there is an availability change to Bagon, maybe it's Bagon. Previously, you needed Waterfall to actually access a little cavern that had Bagon sometimes on a little patch of land. But now, Bagon is just wandering around on the base floor of Meteor Falls, so you can get it on your first trip. So before Flannery, Salamence obviously one of the best Pokemon in the game. If somebody just handed you a Salamence, yeah, best Pokemon in the game, but obviously it's not that easy. You're gonna have to put in some work. Bagon actually has 75 attack, which isn't that bad. And it's pretty close to evolving into Shelgon. Shelgon has 95 attack, which really isn't that bad at all. 50 speed is horrendous. And remember that dragon is special. Ah. And Salamence's stats are basically perfect. They're incredible, but I don't think you need me to tell you that. Salamence, super duper powerful. Question is it worth it? Unlike with Metagross, I'm gonna have to say that it's probably not. Things that make the Bagon line a lot less worth it compared to Metagross. Obviously later availability. The mid-stage, which you're going to be using for the vast majority of the game, significantly worse. I think Metang is quite a bit better. And another thing is level caps. Metagross reaches final form at 45. Salamence is level 50. Ah! Level 50 is really late. Really late. It's basically Victory Road and Elite Four. Once you get it, it's really good, but for the vast majority of the game, not only do you not have it, it is making your team worse because it's sucking your XP. B might even be too high. If Dragon was physical, then I'd put it in B. But you can't even use your stab as Shelgon. Did you know Bagon used to dive off cliffs to help make its dream of flying come true? Nice landing in C tier. There's a Bagon trade later. You need Dive because you need a Relicanth to trade for the Bagon. And if you do that, then hey, that Bagon is going to get 50% more XP after the 7th gym. So I don't really think that moves the needle at all. That is less XP that you need to invest into that one Bagon, but it's too late. All right, what's the next Pokemon if we go down? I guess horror games have to have jump scares. It's Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet, very unique Pokemon that cannot attack on its own. It's literally a punching bag, so it relies on your opponent beating you up so that you can maybe beat them up harder in return. Maybe. Really, really good in Pokemon Stadium 2 and other battle simulators. In an actual in-game playthrough, this thing is a disaster. What's the main trait of good in-game Pokemon? They're proactive, right? You attack, you kill the opponent. Wobbuffet is the exact opposite of it. It's the most reactive Pokemon in the entire franchise. It depends on your opponent attacking you, which they might not even do. They're probably gonna do some sort of status nonsense, which you're extremely vulnerable to. And in order to deal damage, you have to take damage, which means that you're going to have to heal it off later. Huge drain on your resources because Wobbuffet has a lot of HP. It's also kind of a toss-up whether or not to counter or mirror coat because you're against a bunch of slow, bulky mixed attackers, and the AI often makes weird choices anyway. So you can often end up flubbing your turn entirely. I'm not gonna say this thing can't kill things. It can, eventually. And one of the things it's gonna kill is your interest in continuing to play. Armaldo and Cradilly. I don't think there were any buffs to these guys directly in terms of stats. However, they were given a fairly big indirect buff. The Plogus parasites, thought extinct, but recently reborn into our world. The same technology that made that possible also revives these fossils at level 30 compared to their original iterations, which is a very big buff. Anorith, you're gonna need to pump 10 levels into it to get to Armaldo. But Anorith itself has 95 attack and 75 speed, which that's actually not bad. So both of these go up when you evolve into Armaldo, right? Well, the attack does. I guess that armor plating's really heavy. 125 attack is great, 45 speed is not. Later mid-game availability. Anorith is not amazing, it's okay. Armaldo has really great attack, but that speed is miserable. Bottom of B. I believe it does get Twin Needle, which has been buffed. It's now 80 total damage, so you do get Bug Stab, but Bug Stab sucks. Rock Stab's good. There is a bunch of water in the game, but you don't get quadrupled by it. You only get doubled, so you can probably take one hit. Lileep into Cradilly also requires level 40. 41 attacks, 61 special attacks, so you're just gonna be sucking XP with experience shares. You're not fighting with this thing. You're maybe fighting with Cradilly? This is some serious bulk. 86 HP, 97 defense, 107 special defense, and 81 offenses aren't horrible. 43 speed is pretty bad. I do have to commend Emerald Legacy because I think Cradilly used to be the personal weapon of Sephiran, so you needed SS rank light to use this thing, and it was only one guy who could do it, and now anyone who plays Emerald Legacy can wield the Cradilly. I don't really think you'd want to, though. I guess Steven has SS rank light because he uses this thing, and shoutouts to Steven's Cradilly. It's very, very difficult to kill. And I'd like to reiterate at this point, I dunk on defensive Pokemon a lot because I don't like them. They're not the way I play. But they do have uses. Maybe you do play in a slower style, in which case you'll get a lot more value out of them. And enemy trainers, because they are a roadblock for your adventure, them having strong defensive Pokemon can actually end up being a real thorn in your side. So just because I don't think Cradilly is good on your team, doesn't mean that it's not good on the enemy team. Baltoy into Claydol. No stat changes to either Baltoy or Claydol. Baltoy evolves into Claydol starting at level 36. Okay, how are Baltoy's stats? Yikes. 40 offenses. Good luck. And Claydol is level 36. 36 levels. For this. Equal attacking stats, but hey, actually great defenses and the speed isn't that bad. Stab Earthquake is nice too. And Levitate's a good ability. Definitely a bench sitter because you are not fighting with Baltoy. That's horrendous. But I probably would rather use this than Wheezing, right? And they evolve at a similar level, so... Top of D? Nicest thing I can say about Baltoy is that when I was a kid, I really liked this movie about a dog that I think had to deliver medicine in a snowstorm to like a dying girl. I think the dog's name was Balto. It's very vaguely related to Baltoy because I really don't have anything nice to say about Baltoy. Cacturn! Some stat changes were made to Cacturn. I think they were a bit weird. Cacnea, you can see here, actually gets net 0 bonus BST. Net 0 emissions, very environmentally friendly. And that's because it gets plus 10 defense, but minus 10 speed. Cacturn here gets plus 30 to HP, which is quite a lot. Minus 25 to attack, and Dark is physical now, so that does affect you. Plus 30 defense, that's actually quite a lot. Minus 20 speed, okay. And plus 10 special defense! Although you do get Sand Veil, so actually, it's plus 10 special defense plus another 50% if it's sandy.
The magic ends here.
So they've rejiggered the recipe here for Hoenn Homie Cacturn. Used to be a slow, bulky mixed attacker, and now it's even slower, actually bulky, but a little bit less mixed. Also, this thing's a grass dark type, which is pretty bad. I really don't understand the speed nerf. 55 speed was bad. 35 speed is hopeless. And when your defensive typing is as bad as grass dark, that's a serious issue. I believe the intention is that you're supposed to use this on sand, because with Sand Veil, it gains evasion and it also gains the special defense boost. I think the intention was to differentiate it from Shiftry, and it definitely does feel very different. Shiftry is now a decently viable grass dark mixed attacker, and Cacturn I think I would describe as unviable. So yeah, they do feel pretty different. Cacturn, obviously based on a scarecrow, had one job, right, to scare away crows, and it can't even do that because one of the 5 Pokemon they added to this game is Murkrow. So I guess we'll talk about Murkrow. Murkrow was added to outside of the Safari Zone, so extremely late availability. Was given its Crystal Legacy buffs, which are pretty significant. Plus 10 HP, plus 20 attack with Physical Dark, plus 10 defense, sure. Plus 4 speed, sure, it was already fast enough, but yeah, I'll be even faster. Minus 9 special attack, have mercy. And plus 10 special defense, can't forget that. Murkrow as a single stage Pokemon is fine. It was mostly rebalanced for Crystal Legacy, where you could find it in National Park very early, which made it very good. These stats at this point in the game, extremely late, not gonna be that good. However, I think we're gonna try and make it a goal to end with Murkrow above Cacturn and mocking it. You can see the difference that availability makes, because Murkrow available right after Gym 2, I think we gave it an A tier, and Murkrow available right before Gym 7, quite a bit worse. Available for less of the game and outclassed by other options. Not exactly the head honchkrow. Back to the desert route, everyone's favorite. It's Flygon, which is actually everyone's favorite. Flygon, really beloved Pokemon. Has received some buffs. I've never really vibed with Vibrava, who is infamously awful in vanilla versions. Its attack goes down from Trapinch. Trapinch has 100 attack. And Vibrava was slightly better than a base form starter. It was that bad. Plus 10 in every stat doesn't do too much to move the needle, but it goes from absolute trash to just bad. The only buff that Flygon retains is plus 10 to its special attack, which is useful. It now has 90 special attack, which is usable, has a good special move pool, you can Fire Blast stuff, and Dragon is still a special type. Flygon stats overall aren't too impressive, but they're not bad either. 100 attack and 100 speed is barely good enough when you have really good typing in stab, which Flygon does as a ground dragon type. You can also live the Vibrava experience slightly earlier, level 32 instead of 35, and you can also knock 3 levels off of the final Evo into Flygon. So you've got a bit less suck to deal with, less time as Vibrava, and Vibrava is slightly better, and Flygon itself is also slightly better once you reach there. That's a lot of investment. But Ground Dragon's really good. Stab Earthquake with Levitate, very, very useful. Considering passive speed EVs that you'll probably pick up along your journey, 100 speed allows you to tie or beat all of Drake's dragons, which is really important. That's one of the big things that Flygon can do. I don't think the goal was to make Flygon amazing, and it's not. Goal was to make it worth using, which I think if I maybe take off my glasses and squint a little bit, yeah, I could see using this. I think I'd see better if I had compound eyes or tinted lens like Flygon should have, right? Magneton! A Pokemon that I think is often slept on, maybe because people don't understand how magnets work, and often ask question. One of the best defensive types in the franchise, Electric Steel. I think it literally has the most resistances. Does have one minor weakness to a pretty prominent attacking move. 120 special attack, wow! 70 speed. It's a bit shaky. Move pool wise, Magneton can basically only do one thing, and that is Thunderbolt. 120 base power stab Thunderbolt in a region with too much water? Yeah, I'll take it. We'll put it next to Plusle. I think Magneton is obviously better once you get it, but you do need Surf to access new Mauville, which is where you get Magnemite, which then basically immediately evolves into Magneton. Plusle also faces the issue where if the opponent doesn't die, Plusle definitely will because it's made of paper. And if Magneton somehow misses the KO with its 120 special attack, or if the opponent is faster, well, you'll probably be fine because you actually have very good defense and a really good defensive type. And the quadruple Earthquake weakness, I don't know if that's a relevant weakness when compared to Plusle, because Plusle's not surviving Earthquake either. Electrode, you already know what I'm gonna say. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Electric type that is literally lightning fast, although it's not the fastest Pokemon in the game. It's not a ninja. That's a distinction without a difference though, because 140 speed is gonna go before everything that's not enemy ninja-esque, who's not threatening to you anyway. Basically only has electric moves, and it only has 80 special attack, which is really disappointing. Electrode actually had reasonable offense when it was introduced in Generation 1, because that's when critical hit rate was actually tied to your speed, and because Electrode is so fast, you got sick crits all the time, roughly 30% of the time, and that did a lot to help patch up its lackluster stats. I honestly think that crits have been over-nerfed. Gen 6 crits feel really unimpactful at only 1.5 power. I think that they should bring back speed affecting crit rate. We don't need to go Binding Blade Swordmaster with it. Maybe not as much as you had in Gen 1, but if Electrode had, I don't know, 20% crit rate on its attacks, I think that's fair. And speed and agility in most JRPGs is tied to the ability to land critical hits, so I don't even think it would be that weird. If they can make Nosepass a Crit God True Blade with Nosepass's trash can speed, I think they can give us Swordmaster Electrode, okay? Maybe in the FE4 remake. He wouldn't even need a mount, he has such great speed, he'll just roll to the destination. Starmie! It's actually 2 stars that have been kind of composited together, but 2 stars is 3 too few. Five stars.
What do we have?
Dozen armed men, well organized. They're stars. Special tactics and rescue squad. They're the best.
I don't think Starmie has received any direct changes, but Starmie does the same thing it does in basically every game that it's in. 115 base speed, good enough to go first. 100 special attack, probably good enough if you have strong super effective moves, which, yep, Starmie does because it has one of the best move pools ever. S tier, by the way. Stab Surf, Stab Psychic, loaded up with Bolt Beam. Bolt Beam is the combo of Ice Beam and Thunderbolt, which is perfect neutral coverage on every Pokemon except Magneton, who resists it. But Magneton you can hit with Stab Surf and probably kill, because Magneton's special defense and HP, pretty bad. Only downside to Starmie is that its availability is kind of late. It's a Good Rod encounter. So that means after you get Surf, you can get the Good Rod, which means you can then fish up Staryu. And I guess it also competes with Ludicolo for the Water Stone, because they both need it and they can't both get it. However, I think that Starmie is better than Ludicolo. Ludicolo is just higher because you can use it for more of the game. Starmie is one of the best Pokemon in the game once you get it. Like, Metagross might be a little bit better. But you really can't undersell super fast, almost guaranteed super effective hits with strong moves. You don't need to tell me to leave a 5-star review. I already did. I think I have 2 of these graphics, though. Here's the other one.
Stars.
Respect.
Albert Whiscash. Why am I not surprised to see you here? I should have known you were behind this outbreak. It's Whiscash. Wish.com Swampert. I think Swampert beats Whiscash in literally everything. It's so much better. But of course, Swampert is the best Pokemon in the game, so Wish.com Swampert is still pretty good. Fish it up with the Good Rod. Normally people are concerned with pay to win, but here, you fork out the Whiscash and you kinda lose. It kinda makes sense if you look at it as a diet product, because normally diet products cost more, but taste worse. Compared to Swampert, with Whiscash you get that same great water ground typing you know and love. Fewer stats per serving. Wailord. It's a water type. Do I have to say anything else? It's got ridiculous, useless fake bulk, and you can teach it Surf. And if you want to catch the Regis, I guess you need this thing. Next. This is Agent KecLeon. I think I've located Patient Zero, the source of the outbreak. They call it Tropius. Tropius, first identified in the wilds outside of the Weather Institute, the progenitor of all tropium, the unscrupulous utility umbrella corporation, unfettered by ethics, have tinkered with nature to try and create the ultimate life form, a bio-lizard that apparently got plus 21 HP. They slightly reduced its physical capabilities by 3, but they increased its magical capabilities by 13. Tropius, a Pokemon so bad that I made a roughly 16-minute video all about how disappointing this thing is. Tropius a Pokemon so bad that it was officially acknowledged by the creator of this ROM hack as terrible.
Now, I don't need to watch an entire imported cheese video to know that Tropius is bad, because I already know that Tropius is bad.
Have the sacrifices made by the Utility Umbrella Corporation been worth it? Are you ready? I think Tropius is okay. Single stage Pokemon, so no investment. Very late availability. However, they did give Tropius both the fairly massive stat buff you saw earlier, and it now has 2 styles you can use it in. If you want to attempt to use this thing on offense, I wouldn't recommend it, but I did. You gotta get Chlorophyll, and you can Sunny Day Solar Beam with it. It's not great. More notably, Tropius was blessed with thickness, in 2 senses of the word. So double C thickness, because it now has a ton of HP, and also CK thickness in the form of thick fat. The main use of Tropius in this game is by the enemy team. Tropius on the enemy team is so obnoxious. It is almost impossible to one-hit KO. Now, it's probably not going to do anything to you in return, because if it has thick fat, it doesn't have chlorophyll, which means that there's no real threat of it setting up and sweeping you. But it does stay on screen longer than most Pokemon. As a Pokemon that you would put on your team, I don't think I would recommend it. As a Pokemon that has been used to season the teams of numerous trainers throughout the region and to serve as a speed hump for you on your adventure, I would say that Tropius is actually extremely successful. They added Tropius to a ton of battles. It's everywhere. And for some reason, they actually added a Tropius Super Boss battle to the Elite Four. Now, the Elite Four having bonus battles isn't that strange. After all, it's called the Elite Four, and there's actually 5 battles, so what's so strange about actually making it 6 battles, right? I believe we do have security cam footage of us defeating the Tropius Super Boss and saving the world. I don't know. Something's kind of off, right? Hey, do you guys smell like gas?
Rise and shine, Mr. KecLeon. You wouldn't want to sleep through the end of the world. Once I unleash these canisters of tropium into the atmosphere, I'll finally accomplish my goal of complete global saturation. You're insane! You call me insane, Mr. KecLeon. All I want is what's best for humanity. A world without suffering, without pain. None that anyone can feel, anyway. Is that really so crazy?
Quick lesson on the type chart. Grass is weak to gun.
Well, here's a quick lesson for you, Mr. KecLeon. A grass-type family trait. I am bulletproof!
Damn. I wish I had a projectile that wasn't a bullet. Wow! A weapon effective against the final boss. Given to me during the final boss fight. How convenient. Hey, that was a great speech. I think you should take a bow.
You missed.
Wasn't aiming for you.
my dream, my plans. No!
Phew. Saving the world is thirsty work. Lemonade. It's refreshing.
Guys, we saved the world. Cheers. But if you're all tuckered out from the Elite Four and Champion, don't worry, because it's basically a cutscene battle, pretty hard to lose. Hoenn is saved, guys, and it's all thanks to KecLeon S. Kennedy, Zigzagoon City Special Defense Force. Let's view my performance report. KecLeon was given some buffs. It got plus 15 HP. It's actually got 90 base attack. 70 defense is 40 speed is abominable. And plus 10 special attack, bringing it to 70, which is not particularly good. A 120 special defense. Well, I did say I was on the Special Defense Force, so shouldn't be too shocked. A great injustice was done on SmithPlays Pokemon's official tier list, because I believe he ranked KecLeon as the second worst Pokemon in the game. It was bottom 5 for sure. And that's not fair, okay? I might be biased, but I don't think KecLeon is bottom 5. I'll settle for bottom 10. Very late availability. Pure Normal is really bad, but that's better than Color Change. Color Change is horrendous. If KecLeon didn't have Color Change, if it had literally nothing and was able to remain as a normal type, I think it would actually be a bit higher up because, hey, you could actually use Stab Normal with 90 base attack. But no, the combination of horrendous speed at 40 and the Color Change ability means that you're giving the momentum to your opponent. Your opponent is going to be dictating your type with Color Change, and that means that you are basically never going to have Stab because you'll never be the type that you want when you want it. Modern KecLeon actually has the proactive version of Color Change, Protean, and that's one of the best abilities in the series. But in Resident Treeville 4, it's not a modern game, so we still only have Color Change. Humberto! Not Skarmory, please. Oh, God. What is he gonna do? Skarmory has bad special defense. This is super effective. Goodbye, Skarmory. Take this. I learned this in Special Forces training. Hey, it's a 2-hit KO. Nice agility, loser. Are we sure KecLeon is bottom 3 Pokemon in the game? What do you call this? Get wrecked. I think earlier I said that you shouldn't trade me for Loudred in Fortree City, but if I'm being honest, you probably should. And I do believe there is a SmithPlays Pokemon clip where he says they instituted this trade to give KecLeon more of a role in the story.
We changed the Fortree trade to be KecLeon for Loudred. This makes it a bit easier to run Exploud and helps give the whole KecLeon plot a bit more significance.
I don't think he meant making KecLeon the main character of an entire Resident Evil parody playthrough, but that's what we ended up doing. A mystery I've wondered about my entire life. Something I'm hoping I can find the answer to. What the hell is a Kek? I actually did find the answer to this question in a somewhat unlikely source. I went to my Japanese company's year-end holiday party, and I was talking to OJ from the Binding Plate. The guy who was nice enough to appear as OJ in the Fire Emblem Binding Blade tier list. He looks almost exactly like him. His English is actually pretty good, so we were having this conversation in English. I was telling him about how I was planning to do this tier list and how the entire theme of the run was Biohazard 4 featuring Leon. In Japanese, the character's name is also Leon. But of course, my coworker, he played all of these games in Japanese because he's Japanese. And when he said KecLeon's Japanese name to me, Kakureon, suddenly it all made sense. So kakure comes from kakureru. It means to hide or disguise. So that's kakure, hide, and Leon comes from chameleon. Okay. So how did they translate kakureon for Western audiences? They didn't. What do I have to say to that? Well, it's not like it matters, right? Who cares if they localize it, because people are gonna buy it anyway. And then everyone at Game Freak laughed. Kek, kek, kek. I hope you're not done kecking, because, of course, we have to laugh at Castform. Castform in the base games had a completely flat stat distribution, which is kind of ironic because it certainly doesn't look flat. They gave it some pretty sizable buffs. +5 to HP, +5 defense, +20 speed is huge, +15 special attack is pretty good, and +5 special defense. So stat-wise, Castform is actually not that bad. However, availability is atrocious. We are getting into the point of the game where you need to be real good to be worth using. And of course, Castform is beholden to the weather forecast, which is what really kills it. Hey, it's not the worst Pokemon in the game. Castform is absolutely useless if there isn't any sort of weather up, so it is mandatory to set some sort of weather with Castform. In sun, rain, or hail, Castform will shift into a new form, becoming a pure type of that form, and Weather Ball gets powered up. I think it goes to 100 base power, and if you're in either sun or rain, you actually get a power boost from the weather as well. So that's actually not that bad, but that's your only attack. And you have to pay a tax to set the weather unless there's overworld weather that sets it for you. It's very, very inflexible, and your reward for coloring within the lines as Castform isn't even worth anything special. I guess it's slightly better in Hail because of the Hail rework. I would say it's better in Sandstorm because of the Sandstorm rework. And there is a Rock-type Weather Ball, but there is no Rock-type Castform form. Why not? Decent stat buffs for Castform, but I think the overall forecast is gonna be Hoenn's loamiest. Ugh. My Lotic. Feebas has an infamously convoluted catching method which has intentionally been left unchanged. If you don't know exactly how it works, it's absolutely bonkers. I think I can suspect who decided to go with this catching method. Am I trying to catch a Pokemon? Or recruit Xavier? What is this? It's so convoluted that I don't think you can expect to catch Feebas normally. However, you can now get Milotic as a reward for the Master Rank Beauty Contest, which is gonna take some doing, but it's more reliable than trying to actually fish up a Feebas. Milotic is a pretty clear parallel to Gyarados. Gyarados specializes in offense, Milotic specializes in defense, so no prizes for guessing who I think is better. Milotic's pretty good once you get it. 100 base special attack Surf, not bad at all. However, very, very shaky availability. Gotta do an extra chore in the form of the beauty contest to guaranteed get this thing, and it's a water type. Tentacruel's better? Sure. Looks can't get you everywhere in life, Milo. Just put it below Tentacruel. There's a 12-hour time limit on YouTube VODs. You could probably beat Resident Evil 4 in less time than it took us to make this list, so we're gonna try and move at a bit of a faster clip here. So I'm not gonna say it for all of these remaining Pokemon, but they are in availability order, basically. And for all of these, availability is a huge penalty. There's not much of the game left, so most of these placements are going to be fairly low, considering the stats of these Pokemon, some of which are pretty good. Just keep in mind that all of these are being penalized pretty heavily for availability. Rhyhorn and Rhydon, this next string of Pokemon are all gonna be Safari Zone Pokemon. These are all outside of Lily Cove City. Rhydon Statistically, it is almost identical to Golem. Golem's got a bunch of issues in this game, namely instantly dying to the last third, and you only have Rhydon for the last third where it instantly dies, so unfortunately it's really bad. Rhyhorn also kinda sucks. It's basically Geodude, and it's a fairly late evolution to Rhydon. Assuming you don't instantly die to Bubble though, it's probably better than me. All according to Keikaku, because now I'm right behind it, and this thing's loaded. See ya, Rhydon! Xatu! It's actually got pretty okay stats. 95 speed, 95 special attack, sure. 75 attack is not even that bad for your flying stab. Overall outclassed by these other psychics that are available for longer and do more. It's okay though. Maybe we can build a little nest here? Golduck! It's a water type! Are we sure this Pokemon is from Kanto? Seems like it would be right at home with the Hoenn homies. Dodrio, one of the OG birds. Normal flying type, has really good stats. Nice and fast, with a very meaty attack stat. I think it's much better than Swellow, except Swellow's actually in the game, and Dodrio isn't. Salamence dreams of flying, had to dive off cliffs and go to level 50 to finally sprout wings. And Dodrio can fly, even though it doesn't have any wings. What kind of sense does that make? Some people have all the luck. Girafarig! Normal psychic type, okay speed, okay special attack, okay attack. I think we literally just talked about a Pokemon exactly like that, so... there you go. I'd probably rather have flying typing than normal. Pinsir and Heracross. Not eligible for beginner bugs because there's really nothing noobish about these guys. They're both pretty monstrous. Pinsir, pretty awesome physical stats, lots of attack, actually a lot of defense, and good enough speed. But it is pure bug, and bug kinda sucks even with the buffs to bug moves. However, considering that this takes no investment, if you catch a Pinsir, yeah, you can pinch some stuff. There's kind of a rivalry between Pinsir and Heracross, where Pinsir is furious at Heracross, and Heracross doesn't really even need to acknowledge Pinsir, because, yeah, Heracross is way better. I actually think it's A tier better. Pokemon at this point in the game are basically disqualified from S tier because there's so little of the game left, but Heracross is about as good as it gets. 0 investment for 125 base attack, fighting stab. It's basically a fighting type with some antenna. I don't think you're ever going to use your bug moves, but you do get the best one in the game in the form of Megahorn. You might use that, but you're probably just going to punch things. Awesome stats for no investment. Only thing keeping it out of the upper echelons is that the game's almost over. Pinsir, I believe that someday Heracross will finally acknowledge the rivalry, okay? I think Pinsir's plotting something. Might take about 3 generations for the plot to hatch, though. Hey, Salamence. How'd you get those wings? Absol! Beloved by the fans for its edgy appearance. I don't think I have enough hair to do a Sasuke, but please pretend. Absol has 2 main issues in vanilla. One is that its incredible 130 base attack is completely squandered because Dark is special. Other issue is that it's a bit too slow. I think they changed its stats a little bit in Emerald Legacy. Absol gained plus 20 stats, right where it needed it. Plus 20 speed, bring it to 95. And not an Absol specific change, but Dark is now physical, so you now have 130 attack, 95 speed, stab Dark, for 0 investment. That's pretty good. I thought this was the disaster Pokemon. Really wish this thing was earlier, but I think this thing does almost 50% more damage than Mightyena. But Mightyena is way earlier, and Mightyena has Intimidate. I'm not really sure what Absol means, but whenever I hear Absol, I always think of Priest Tier 6 Absolution, which looks really cool, and Anduin is about to make you catch his hands. I thought this guy was a priest. Why is he so buff? Speaking of Absolution, I think Absol might be the solution you're looking for, especially since you're about to go to Mount Pyre. Beats Phoebe. Banette has had its stats changed. Banette actually lost 12 attack, gained 10 speed, and gained 32 special attack. Wow. Remember that Ghost is now special, and special defense is unchanged. Banette was always one of the more mystifying Hoenn homies. Why did this thing have mixed attacking stats when it doesn't really have mixed attacks? The speed is better, but still a little bit too slow. This thing relies on killing the opponent because its defenses are pathetic. 115 stab Ghost is pretty good. You have almost no coverage. I don't know why this thing has 103 attack, because it doesn't really have any physical moves. You can Thunderbolt with 115 special attack, which is pretty nice, although a lot of competition for the Thunderbolt TM. Late availability, mediocre speed, have to evolve Shuppet, which doesn't take too long, but Shuppet sucks. I'm gonna consign it to the shadows beneath the sea. Banette thematically is a parallel to the Dusclops line. Banette is the attacker, Dusclops is the defender. Dusclops has been given some buffs. Plus 25 HP. It always had amazing defensive stats. 130 physical defense, 130 special defense, both really good. Its weakness was that it had very low HP, which was a trait of most ghosts. They have bad HP. Plus 25 HP goes a long way towards making it more survivable. Minus 10 attack, effectively nothing. What were you doing with this thing anyway? Earthquake? You're not using Earthquake on this. Plus 15 special attack does actually help it hit back. 25 speed is unacceptable. Also a level 37 Evo, so gotta pump a few levels into this. It's perfectly fine at using Shadow Ball. You can even give it Ice Beam if for some reason you have that TM available for Dusclops. It's in no danger of dying, despite being a ghost, but I personally have no use on my team for a slow defensive Pokemon. I think we'll put it next to Cradilly, who also has no problem surviving. The issue is that the enemy also survives. Chime Echo. You hear that? Must be the sound of buffs. Chime Echo has been given plus 10 HP, plus 10 defense, plus 10 special defense, so basically nothing relevant. 65 speed is not good enough. 95 special attack is probably barely good enough. Pure Psychic type, late availability, not fast enough. I think it does actually get Bolt Beam though, which the other Psychics can't say that they can do. Too late, bit too slow. At least it's a single stage. And Levitate's a good ability. I wonder what Echo item it drops. No matter what, it's probably gonna be better than Devil's Element. Love Disc. Did they buff this? Love is in the air. Plus 15 HP, plus 20 defense, plus 5 speed, bring it to 102. That's actually pretty fast. Plus 30 special attack, and plus 10 special defense. Plus 30 special attack is a lot. It's a water type. You can give it Surf. I'm not gonna say I love this placement, but this isn't Spinda levels of ass. It's actually, like, kind of okay, but there's still no reason you would actually use this. But hey, water's a good type. Very funny that its ability, Swift Swim, traditionally a very good ability, fixes the only stat that Love Disc doesn't need fixed. It's already fast enough. Swim in circles around your opponent isn't gonna do anything. That's enough of this. Please insert Disc 2. Love Disc doesn't need any more speed. I actually might, because we are 40 minutes away from hitting the 12-hour time limit. I believe we can do it. Although if it started raining in my room, I don't think that would make me finish the list any faster. Wall Rain! No direct changes, although hail is no longer useless, and that in itself is a nice indirect buff to Wall Rain. Actually got pretty good stats, it actually is very bulky, but it's really slow. Water Ice typing, where do you think I'm gonna put this thing? It's a water type. Ice Stab's pretty good. I'd probably rather use this than quite a few of these other C-tier Pokemon, but Walreign's very late, Shoal Cave, and a fairly late evolution level as well. And of course, it's way too slow. F's for Walrein, the third Pokemon we talked about today, with a promising start, beaten into oblivion by the Ugly Stick. I choose to remember Spheal as it used to be, not the abomination it has become. Piloswine, another French vanilla edition. Swinubline, not actually in the base games, but it is available here. They were very short on ice types. Swinub and Piloswine, numerically massive buffs. I think Swinub might be the single highest. Plus 30 HP, plus 15 attack, plus 35 special attack, plus 10 special defense. And then plus 30 on Piloswine, 20 to special attack, and 10 to special defense. These changes are mostly to make its Ice Stab usable. And yeah, I probably would describe 80 special attack is usable, 100 attack is fine, 50 speed, not fine. Piloswine, excellent offensive stab. Ice Ground, really good, however, very bad availability. You are absolutely submerged in the too much water segment and you're weak to water. That's really bad. I'm thinking a D. Great stab combo, good luck using it. Huntail and Gorbis. You've actually been able to fish up Clamperl for quite a while. I think it's Old Rod, east of Mauville City, so quite a bit earlier. But you can't actually evolve Clamperl into either of its final forms until you get Dive. Once you can dive for the Deep Sea Tooth or the Deep Sea Scale, just use it on Clamperl and it evolves. No stat changes to either. These are Huntail's base stats. They skew physical, which is bad, but 94 special attack is still okay, 52 speed is atrocious. Here are Gorbis' stats. Skews special, which is good because water is special. 84 attack is actually pretty good, but I don't know what attacks you're going to be using with this. 114 special attack, actually really good. 52 speed sucks. They're water types. Where do you think they're going? Gorbis is definitely better because its stats actually align with its type. If you want something notable to say about these two, it's that if you're one of those people that likes baton passing, these are both really good water-type baton passers. I think Huntail is the only Pokemon in the game who can pass Dragon Dance, which is pretty enticing if you have the turns to spare. I personally am not tempted by a 52 base speed water-type in an ocean full of other water types. Chinchou, maybe it's Chinchou, and Lantern. They had their chance to shine in Crystal Legacy, when you could fish them up a lot earlier and they had stat XP. They are very late in Emerald Legacy. They require Dive. Defensively leaning, slow. Water Electric's a really good dual type. Where do you think this deep sea fish is gonna go? 3, 2, 1, it's the C tier. Stab Water and Stab Electric, really nice. I do really like Lantern, and on screen now you can see the single cutest Cheems that has ever existed. Check out the Cheems Lantern. Observe how the texture is both soft and furry, yet somehow feels like it belongs on a deep sea critter. Adorable. Well done by Chief Cheems artist, Lab Agent Ash. Excellent. I also recently, in the Pokemon TCG Neo game, played a Lantern control deck, which I think was maybe the strongest deck I played, so Lantern really good there. In Emerald Legacy, maybe let it live in peace at the bottom of the sea. We're not done plundering the depths of the ocean because here's Relicanth. Relicanth did get a stat change. Relicanth actually got a pretty relevant buff, plus 22 attack, which actually brings it to a very impressive 110. I'm now going to say something that I feel like I've been repeating since ancient times when Relicanth itself first swam the waters of this earth. 55 speed is unacceptable. Very strange, I'm not going to call it anti-synergy, but mismatch in Relicanth's stats and what you want to do with it. Terrible speed, but it has Swift Swim. So you want to Swift Swim, the rain making you nice and fast so that you can then use your boosted water moves, which don't use your attack. And instead use your 45 special attack, which is literally your lowest stat. Maybe back in Relicanth's day, they never actually checked the stat screen. I know I didn't when I was a kid. Where do you think this fish goes? C tier. Great attack stat. Way too late. Can't actually use its water stab because its special attack is terrible. I actually had an argument, maybe a bit intense of a word. I had a mild disagreement with an ex-girlfriend of mine who was a librarian slash archaeologist, really cool. So she said that the real-life fish is pronounced coelacanth. I thought it was coelacanth, like the rock. Well, it turns out I was wrong because it absolutely is coelacanth. But in a sense, we were both wrong because how do you pronounce this Pokemon's name? It's not Relicanth, it's Relicanth. 29 minutes remaining. 29 minutes. That's all the time I have to play with you. Can definitely spare some time.
We need more
for this
gold.
$20 macro transaction from Guess. Emerald is great, but the fact that right before the Elite Four, you can just go and catch the most Giga OP Pokemon of all time and sweep the entire league with it is a problem. They really should have made Relicanth post-game. Bait used to be believable, but you got me in the first half, hook, line, and sinker. What are they talking about? Well, they're talking about Relicanth, no other Pokemon. My name is Regi. I'm about wasting your time. Spoilers for the Regi placements, I don't think they're that good. Prerequisite to the Regis. You need to have a Wailord, which isn't too bad. You can catch Wailmer at a fairly high level. Relicanth, 5% encounter in seafloor grass. Not too bad, that's 1 in 20. Once you have the prerequisite Pokemon, you might want to dial up one of your Demon Hunter friends, because it turns out you need to have Braille knowledge to unlock the secrets of the Regis. Now, in modern Pokemon, the puzzles don't go far enough. They're basically all hallways. But back in the day, maybe some of these puzzles went a little bit too far. If you need instructions on how to capture the Regis, check out the enclosed instruction book. So the enclosed instruction book that used to come with these physical games, they used to actually have a Braille guide, so this wasn't the most insane cryptic puzzle ever, but for little kids, it's still maybe a little bit intense. And what's your reward? Well, you don't really get a reward, you get one of the Regis. All of them specialize in defense. Regi Ice specializes in special defense. Do I mean specialize or special ice? And when I say specialize, I really mean it. 200 special defense.
The magic ends here.
That's a really big number. Wish it was in a different stat. 80 HP, that's fine. 100 defense, fine. 100 special attack, fine. 50 speed, not fine. Regi Rock, the inversion of Regi Ice.
Break yourselves upon my body.
200 defense is unbreakable. 80 HP is fine. 100 attack is fine. 50 special attack. You're never using special attacks anyway. 100 special defense, that's fine. 50 speed, not fine. Registeel, the only one of these 3 defensive Pokemon that actually has a defensive type. Ice and Rock, of course, being the worst defensive types in the entire game. Steel being the best. Its defenses split the difference between Regirock and Regi-Ice. Simply has 150 in both defense and special defense, which is more than enough. 200's kinda overkill. 80 HP is fine. 75 in both attacking stats is very lackluster. I would much rather have the not even that good 100 focused in one of my attacking stats. And I don't really think I have to say it by this point, but 50 speed is not enough. Level and investment-wise, these guys are all actually kind of okay. You can get them as soon as you get Dive and do the little side quest. They come at level 40, which is fine for that point in the game. Registeel does basically nothing. I think I'd rather use KecLeon. Regirock, horrendous typing in the most water-heavy portion of the game. Good luck. This one's probably better than me, though. Stabrock's okay. The most useful of them by far, I'm actually gonna say, is Regi Ice. As I put it, still in D tier. But Regi Ice has 100 special attack. It does have Stab Ice Beam, and it can actually learn Thunderbolt. So you do get half stab on the Bolt Beam combo, the refrigerator build, which is a lot more than what Regirock or Registeel can offer you. Aren't legendary Pokemon amazing? Wow, glad I did this side quest to uncover these Regis lost to time. Maybe it'd be better if they stayed lost. Oh. Home stretch here. It's Rayquaza. I think it's technically Rayquaza, but I've always said Rayquaza. In Japanese, it's Nekuza. I'm just gonna say Rayquaza. Rayquaza in Baseline Emerald is your go-to Goto. Its availability is actually unchanged. You do the Rayquaza event right before Sootopolis Gym, and after the event ends, you can just go back to Sky Pillar. Hopefully you're sitting in your gamer chair because you gotta do the mock bike puzzle. Can be pretty frustrating. Once you ascend to the top of the Sky Pillar, you then face a level 70 Rayquaza. It's quite the battle, and only the most qualified professional agents are worthy of taming and wielding Rayquaza. Alright, any tips and tricks to coax Rayquaza into the ball? Maybe we could try... I won! Rayquaza in the base game, I think, is the hardest that any legendary stomps the Elite Four, because it's level 70. It is absolutely a free win. There is nothing that any of the so-called Elite Four or Champion Steven can do to stop you. However, in the hard mode of Emerald Legacy, which is what we're considering, they're onto your antics. Just try and go into the Elite Four with Rayquaza. Trainer! Believe in yourself and your Pokemon, and go forth. What? Only Pokemon of extraordinary spirit may enter the league's ranks. Legendary Pokemon are not allowed. Please return with a different team. Excuse me. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Something you're doing?
They sacrificed 2 interns.
I can do that.
And they summoned the legendary Gate Guardian. Negate all added effects from casual trainers, but you still take the damage. Excuse me. This is a serious game for serious trainers. Casual legendary use is not allowed. Please come back when you get some actual skills. Gate kept. No casuals allowed. Not allowed to cheese the hard mode Elite Four with Rayquaza. So Rayquaza really only gets 2 battles in the entire game? Rayquaza has 150 in both of its offenses, which makes it an amazing wall breaker. Perfect, because you can defeat Wallace, and you can defeat Wally. That's what they meant by wall breaker, right? So just in case you wanted Wally to feel really bad about trying to set out as a Pokemon trainer, you can kick his ass back to Kingdom Come with Rayquaza. Thanks for always believing in me on my Pokemon journey.
And now, I'm a man. A big, strong man. Gardevoir and I are gonna...
Oh my god, is that a Rayquaza? Okay, I'll go back home, sorry. How do we actually rate Rayquaza? It's extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it's basically not in the game. I feel kind of bad putting it in the D tier. I guess it's the Lord of the Regis, so you can watch over them from not quite the Sky Pillar, the bottom of C tier, which honestly might even be too generous. This thing is not in the game, but for the portion of the game that it's in, theoretically you could use it for Victory Road as well. It's an automatic win. It just doesn't automatically win for very long. And the very last Pokemon, actually the latest Pokemon in the game in terms of availability, is the final French Vanilla Edition. It is Houndoom. Houndoom, the single best Pokemon in Crystal Legacy. It's not just me saying it. I believe it had the highest usage on Elite Four teams. It was super duper good. Straight from the developers' mouths. They didn't add Houndoom to the game for you. They added it for Maxi. So that Maxi can kill you with it. And as a technicality, they threw you a bone. We do know that dogs love bones. You technically can also use it, but it's locked to Victory Road. Actually has some pretty good Elite Four matchups. Sydney, despite being a Dark-type specialist, has got some grass goobers that are weak to fire. Phoebe, despite looking like a member of Mystery Inc., gets absolutely destroyed by Scooby Doom. It's looking more like Cujo. Glacia's pure... Ugh, we're almost done, guys. Glacia's pure ice types are weak to Houndoom's fire attacks, but her mixed water type Wall Rain, probably too much blubber for Houndoom to actually crunch through. Turns out that dragons actually beat dogs, not too good against Drake, but very good against Steven, because steel types get melted by fire. Jet fuel can't melt steel beams, well, flamethrower can melt steel types, no problem. All that being said, it's only available for the Elite Four, but where it is available, it's actually pretty good. I think we'll put it next to Rayquaza. You can pair these two up for some kickin' barbecue. Houndoom provides the flame broil, and Sweet Baby Ray's sauce provides the flavor. This is Agent KecLeon. Mission complete. I hope stopping the T-Virus outbreak didn't have a time limit, because in real time this took us 11 hours and 50 minutes, so not exactly setting any speedrun records. I, KecLeon, only have 40 base speed, so I guess I should be thankful that we finished before the 12-hour time limit at all. We did it! So now we have 7 minutes to relax. That's pretty fitting, right?
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Thank you for accompanying me on this not quite solo mission, because I think we had literally hundreds of people helping us, so...
There's no one left to help you now.
I don't need anyone else.
Thank you for the help, thanks for watching. I hope you consider KecLeon S. Kennedy for your next mission. I'm heading back to home Sorry, I've got to take this call.
KecLeon, status report.
Great news, Professor. Mission accomplished. Hoenn is saved with only major casualties.
What?
Your X-transceiver's bugging out, Professor. Mission accomplished. Hoenn is saved.
Great work, KecLeon. I knew you were the Special Defense Force agent for the job. Hey, KecLeon. If your PP reserves are up for it, how about some post-game?
Well, I'm not one to refuse a request from a senior officer.
Well, the video's not going to make itself. Special thanks to all of the mighty Patreons who... I gotta add the graphic.
Thanks as always to the mighty Patreons who keep the Zigzagoon City Special Defense Force fully funded and operational. Consider evolving into a Patreon yourself with the link in the description. Special thanks to Executive Intern Lab Agent Ash for several wonderful pieces of custom art. Really helped bring Resident Treeville to life. And special thanks as well to Allyo for this incredible thumbnail art of the Utility Umbrella Corporation's ultimate life form, the Bio-Lizard escaping containment. Allyo is also a YouTuber, and you can check out their channel with the link in the description.
That's pretty good. And then we'll just leave like 15 seconds here where like nothing really happens, but you see pop-ups on the screen that tell you to subscribe or that bring you to other videos.
Gen 3 starters, hey, that sounds interesting.